Okay, the notification did come up that it's been live streamed now, okay?
Yes, Amit. Musa, we can start now.
Okay. Good morning to all present this morning. May I extend a special word of welcome to our speakers and participants this morning. In welcoming you, I'll just want to recap the purpose of this session today, this sexual reproductive health and rights in Ndaba. We have a number of speakers who will be sharing with us different topics. The motivation for this event was highlighted in the invitation. The Ndaba itself is a hybrid model of face-to-face and virtual contact. It provides messages of hope to create awareness about the positive consequences of one's state of knowing one's status. One's sexual reproductive health and rights, whilst having equal access to youth-friendly service, is key to minimizing risk and improving quality of life. The program will remind students of the benefits of early interventions on physical and mental health relationships and other areas of functioning. Students' information that promotes health practices such as delayed sexual debut, minimizing the number of sex partners and condom usage with every sexual encounter, as well as reflections on what leads to infection is the aim of this program. It is critical to motivate and challenge students to increase their vigilance and take charge of their sexual reproductive health and rights. The message is to receive the necessary support, like our invited stakeholders who will be promoting healthy lifestyles and practices through supportive environments and raising thought-provoking questions. I'll just quickly again recap on the objectives. The objectives being to one, highlight sexual reproductive health and rights and equal access to related services, to empower people to resist behaviors and practices that do not promote healthy love, like abusive comments, to provide effective interventions and strategies to address sexuality, sexual reproductive health and rights, to form strategic partnerships with organizations that deal with issues related to responsible behavior and sexual reproductive health, to minimize incidents across the university that do not promote equality, provide effective and justice for all, and strategies to address sexuality, sexual and reproductive health and rights, to form strategic partnerships with organizations that deal with issues related to responsible. I don't know what that is. To contribute towards becoming more harm reduction conscious, and to improve the impact of knowing one's health status and loving oneself to impact on mental well-being. So this morning, our speakers who are with us this morning, will be sharing on different topics as outlined in the program. There is a slight change in the program participants. At 9:30, instead of having Ngobizwe Mahlangu, we will have Thabo Langa. That's the request I have received. Now, with that short recap, may I again welcome you and welcome our speakers. And before I sit down at this point, maybe I need to call upon our first speaker. Yes. May I call upon our first speaker, Mr. Tugile Mbata, who will be sharing with us on AIDS Rights Alliance of Southern Africa, ARASA. We do have a short profile of our speakers. May I just quickly read it out to you. To Tugile Mbata, She advocates for her right to decide what she wants to do with her body, her life, and her future without question. Mbata has done extensive advocacy for change in repressive laws and for improved access to sexual and reproductive health services. May I hand over to Tutugile Mbata.
Thank you so much, Prof. And good morning, everyone. Like I've been introduced, my name is Tutugile Mbata. I'm the Regional Advocacy Officer at the AIDS and Rights Alliance for Southern Africa, which is ARASA for short. My speech will be on HIV and sexual and reproductive health and rights. For the longest time over the years, whenever addressing HIV and SRHR were seen as two separate entities. We focused mainly, in the early years of HIV, we focused mainly on the biomedical response to HIV, and we completely neglected the structural drivers to the spread of HIV. And there are various linkages that we had to note and address for us to win on the fight against HIV. For instance, the linkages between early and unwanted pregnancies, the rise in HIV infections, and the linkages with gender-based violence. So you can never separate the two because HIV does not exist in isolation. We've noted systematic violations of rights across regions where you find that some countries criminalize particular population groups. And some of these groups would include the LGBTQIA community, sex workers, as well as criminalization of particular health or reproductive health services, such as access to safe abortion, which we find that in most countries outside of South Africa, that's still a challenge as well. And also criminalization of access to services without third-party authorization. We see this a lot again outside of South Africa, including South Africa sometimes, even though that's not legal, where a minor, someone who's below the age of 18, is deprived access to services by virtue of them being younger. And all of these systematic violations occur or exist because of the lack of respect to the rights to bodily autonomy and integrity. And when I speak about bodily autonomy, I'm referring to one's ability to decide what they want to do with their bodies. And then when I'm speaking about bodily integrity, I'm referring to one's body remaining in a state of pureness without being touched, without their consent. So if I were to give examples, if a student goes to a clinic to try and access contraception, if a nurse denies them access to contraceptives, saying, oh, you're too young, you're here to study, you're not here to be having sex anyway, so I'm not going to give you contraceptives, that's a violation of their right to bodily autonomy. Whereas if someone touches my bum, or someone, if I go through a sexual violence experience, such as rape, that is my bodily integrity being violated. So if we respected and promoted and protected the rights of everyone to bodily autonomy and integrity, we would be very close to achieving sexual and reproductive health and rights and the realization of such fundamental rights. In South Africa, for instance, if we respected bodily autonomy and integrity, we would not be having such high number of cases of hate crimes, where we find that lesbians are beaten up or they undergo corrective rape, and multiple other horrific violations that are channeled towards the LGBTQIA community. Also, we would have more designated facilities. These are just examples. More designated facilities for reproductive health services, such as access to safe abortion. In South Africa, we have over 426 designated facilities that across the country that are supposed to be providing access to safe abortion. However, less than 250 of those actually offer the service. And in most cases, the prejudice and the judgment and the discrimination and the violations of such important rights are always justified under religion and culture. You find that a nurse refuses to offer a service, using a conscientious objection, justifying it by saying that my religion doesn't allow for me to perform abortion services. Yet this is a qualified nurse who went and studied how to perform an abortion. And we've lost a lot of young women to this, where they would opt for illegal abortion services or backstreet abortion services due to various reasons. And one of the reasons would be them being denied the service, and nurses also going a step further as to cursing them and telling them that they're going to hell. Yet, if you're using religion as your justification, then you should remember that thou shalt not judge. The only person who's here to judge us is God, of course. And also we've seen the use of culture as justification for other violations of rights. It's very interesting to see how the public receives HIV prevention, the new HIV prevention interventions. Yesterday, I was in a meeting regarding a study that is looking at the dual prevention pill, which is one tablet that combines oral contraceptive and PrEP. So the idea behind this research, which I find to be fascinating and phenomenal, is that it aims to protect women from falling pregnant when they are not intending to fall pregnant, and also prevents them from contracting HIV. Of course, this is a woman-led intervention, and that I think is a major breakthrough. However, during the first phase, the results have shown that when engaging men regarding this research, a number of men in Kenya said they wanted to be involved in the rollout of this pill and also in the decision of their partners using this pill. That for me is absurd, because the pill is uniquely made for women. And when a man says, I want to make a decision whether or not my partner uses this pill, that's them taking away from their rights to bodily autonomy. PrEP currently can be used by anyone, regardless of whether you identify as male, female, or transgender. Anyone can actually access PrEP. And the idea is that one has that autonomy to protect themselves, because nowadays we live in jub times. You may be faithful to your partner. However, we've seen through that jub show, that 99 ton, that even though people who use PrEP are perceived as being promiscuous, however, it's best to always take charge of your sexuality and protect yourself at all costs. We also live in the Mnagwetu times, where even the married women, or married women predominantly, are not as safe, because you then find out that your husband has been in a relationship for over so many years with another person, which has potentially put you at risk of contracting HIV. So the current public perceptions towards HIV prevention, particularly PrEP and the other forms, is concerning, when we then forget that as much as you don't want to be labeled as being promiscuous, which several studies have proven that PrEP users do not use PrEP just so that they can freely indulge, but it's just as ways of protecting themselves, that we now neglect our own reproductive rights and our own sexual rights, just because we say, well, culture says that I cannot be using this, because then if I use PrEP, I'll be perceived as this person who is loose. Whereas it's always important to prioritize your health and prioritizing the health of your loved ones as well. So in closing, I'd like to state that and re-emphasize the importance of the protection, respect, and promotion of the rights to bodily autonomy and integrity, as it enables us to allow people to be themselves the way they wish to be, and them to be protected. Because otherwise we would not be having such restrictive laws if the rights to bodily autonomy and integrity were respected. And SRHR and HIV, unfortunately, in Africa, are affected by international politics. If America, as the largest donor to SRHR and HIV in the continent, if they reimpose the global gag rule, that means there's limited access to safe abortion for women and girls in Africa. That means there's limited access to HIV prevention interventions for women and girls in Africa. That means there's limited access to contraception, various contraceptives to women and girls in Africa as well. So we need to be cognizant of how international politics impact on our access to reproductive health and HIV, as well as ensuring that we push our government to invest more domestic funding towards access to HIV prevention and towards access to other sexual and reproductive health services, because our dependency on the West is what also translates to lack of access on the ground. I'd like to stop there for now, and thank you for the opportunity and the invitation as well.
Thank you, Tutugile. I hope we are noting our comments and questions as the speakers take the podium. We are going to have a question and answer session, and I hope you can also put them on the answer and question. Yeah, I think Pam will ensure that they are captured. Our second speaker is still Mr. Ngobizizwe Mahlangu. This is what I've been asked to do, a peer educator. He's a student studying a Bachelor of Medicine and Bachelor of Surgery here at UKZN, board member at Nomandla Leadership, and also into entrepreneurship development in higher education. Over to you, Ngobizwe.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
How are you? Are people excited? You're not excited by SRHR? Are you guys not happy? Okay. Not a problem. If you don't seem to be active, you won't be getting lunch. Or maybe we should have started with that. I don't know. Right. Okay, so my name is Ngobizwe Mahlangu, as it has been said. I am a medical student, but also I just want to also indicate this part that this is a very interesting aspect of me. I've got really two things I'm passionate about, and I like combining them together. And I am a medical student, so my interest is mostly when it comes to sexual reproductive health, and in public health in general. And also, I am an entrepreneur, so I do sit on the committee, on the national committee for student entrepreneurs. So entrepreneurship in universities by entrepreneurship development in higher education. And this is entirely the aim of fighting against the whole issue of unemployment in South Africa. And because out of the about the 11.2% of unemployed people are university graduates. So this is very important because you're taking a university space where there is a lot of academics going on, and there's a lot of research and innovations and a lot of updated information, and you're taking those people and you actually empowering them to be entrepreneurs. And this is very interesting because you get a very different perspective, you know. So starting with that, just first to understand on what the social entrepreneurship aspect is about this. It's a business model that really looks at a certain key aspects, mainly those 5 aspects. When it's built on empathy, when there is innovation that is involved in that business model, and when there is also a systemic view, which is not just simply solving just one issue at a certain point in time, but when you're actually looking at the second one, the fourth one, a sustainable approach into what actually seems to be a challenge and an issue. And obviously, all entrepreneurs are disruptors, they're change makers, but you have to have this within you because there's a lot of resistance that you experience in the process of having that. So when you are a social entrepreneur, you look at some of the challenges that are faced by the society and saying, I am interested in business, but I want to build a business that is going to help other people and actually assist them in solving some of the social ills. This is a lady, right? She's a Shahid. She is a founder of Malala Foundation, right? She's a co-founder. Malala was a young lady from Pakistan, is a young lady from Pakistan. In fact, the youngest Nobel Peace Prize holder, right? The foundation actually empowers young girls in Pakistan. She had an attempt of being killed by the Taliban, and she survived because she was empowering young girls to go to school, right? And she is the co-founder with Malala on that foundation. And she's a social entrepreneur, right? This is Blake Mikoski of Tom's Shoes. If there is anyone who's a millennial who has been or who has gotten a chance to wear Tom's shoes, I'm a Tom that you've worn, right? So it's this guy, right? And this guy, so when we went to Argentina, there was a challenge of kids that are going to school without shoes. So he came up with a business model. He said, I'm going to make shoes, and for every pair of shoes that I sell, I'm going to donate shoes to the kids, right? So it became this very wonderful business model. So unfortunately, in South Africa, we no longer import them because they are killing the shoe industry. So it's an economical decision by Department of Trade and Industry.
Yeah, you guys are not seeing this.
Okay. This is sabotage, people. This is what it's called. I'm joking.
Okay. Who wants to see screen 2, which is that one.
So people on Zoom are not seeing this, so we're trying to sort that out. So I hope people on Zoom can see it now, right? So this is Tom, right? So that's basically the business model that he has. So as I've said, we no longer import them in South Africa because of an economical decision to say we need to promote the local shoe production industry, right? And then now I'm having an issue with, there we go. Okay, so this is another social entrepreneur, right? And his name is Scott, right? Scott Harrison. About water, charity water. And also the same story, he was visiting Liberia, saw kids drinking very dirty water, and he came up with this wonderful business model that will help millions of people around the world to actually have access to water. So now these are all social entrepreneurs. And this is the last one. And this is the last one. If you ever have period pains, right? And this is called Overa. Also, another technology that was built by entrepreneurs to say, hey, look, if you do have dysmenorrhea, which is period pains, you can actually have access to this product that has this transcutaneous electrical technology and a nerve stimulator that can actually lower down your pain without having to take any drugs with any side effects, right? So these are all kinds of social models. Now, what else can we do? What else can we do in the social entrepreneurial space that would allow us to come with solutions in the social reproductive health space? How many more entrepreneurs can come out and say, I want to start a business model, but in this business model, I want to incorporate a solution that will come to a lot of challenges that we have in the social reproductive health, right? Female genital mutilation, and there's about 200 reported by the UNICEF. There's 200 million adolescent girls and young women being mutilated, their genitalia, right, in 31 countries, right? There's a challenge of access to healthcare services. What can entrepreneurs do about that, right? And there's a challenge of literacy, information. Ututu also spoke about the issue of access to healthcare. How can we improve that using social entrepreneurial models? Teenage pregnancy, right? This was statistics for 2017, 2018, right? 129,000 girls. Now, this is a very big challenge of young girls actually having children, and which subsequently impacts in their quality of life. Right, sanitary dignity. As South Africa, we've made a lot of improvements when it comes to this. In 2019, we actually, sanitary pads became VAT-free, simply meaning that there is more access. So when you're buying sanitary pads, there is no government charge on top of that. They cost a little bit less now, right? And also we had the sanitary dignity framework policy that was published by the Department of Women and Young People, Youth, and people living with disabilities, which also just made it a much more easier environment to talk about sexual reproductive health and sanitary dignity. So now in South Africa, and that movement, VAT-free policy, it's gold to entrepreneurs to say, you are writing a policy to make business much more easier, but also not just business, but to solve an issue of sanitary dignity, of actually having sanitary pads available to indigent young girls, right? So Mkanya, with the district, we've been working with young girls I've been working with young girls for the past 9 years, and young boys, right? And so this is one of the programs that we run when we're having these conversations about their health, right? And the access and the education, having these stimulative conversations. But also we'll do school visits as well. And I would see some of the challenges that these young girls would actually face in terms of, you can give them sanitary pads, but also they have a challenge where they're going to change their pad. And this speaks to some of the gynecological ills, right? And what's the sustainability behind giving someone sanitary pads for a year supply? What are they going to do tomorrow? You know, can you give them a menstrual cup? Well, there is a lot of cultural issues around menstrual cup and insertion inside your genitalia, and the virginity testing. And recently we had Umkhosi Umhlanga. Of course, I didn't go there, but should have, you know. So we're having all of these things, tampons, you know, and we've got inhaled pad, right, which is a cloth pad which you can use, you can wash. But with the challenge of access to water, and also, you know, and also the other challenges that are being faced with regards to me washing a pad, and I've been touching my own blood, you know, there's just been a lot of challenges. So we saw this and we said, okay, we see one of the things that the sanitary pad is the universally acceptable, but it's not easy to access, which brought us to a product that we developed called Softicare, right? And this is a sanitary pads brand. And that we've actually engaged a lot of stakeholders about to say, let's adopt the Black Minkowski approach. When it comes to production, South Africa has the capacity to produce sanitary pads. There are various companies that produce sanitary pads. The difference is that they are quite costly. So what if we had to have a pack and sell it to Suzanne, who can afford a sanitary pads pack, right? And for every sanitary pack that is sold, that generates a donation to a young girl who equally needs it but cannot afford, right? So in this sense, we are having this 1 billion rands industry, by the way, of sanitary pads. Every purchase that happens, not just with Softicare, if always had to adopt the same strategy, if we had Lilet adopting the same strategy, that for every pack of sanitary pads that is being bought by a consumer who needs it and affords it, that sale on its own is a generation of a donation of a pad to a young girl in the rural areas, or a student in a university who needs it but cannot equally afford. Imagine if that model of you just going into a shop, buying a product, and automatically you've made a difference in someone's life, and you are working towards the challenge of sexual reproductive health alleviation and alleviating sanitary poverty. So, and this is an invitation to a lot of people who are in the space, and also those who think that you can't think profits and also think solutions and social impact, to say, come over, let's have a conversation. Let's have a conversation. If the housing or if the hospitality industry, every hotel said, if you book a stay with us, we donate 25 rands to the homeless shelter for every night you stay at our hotel, right? So if this was a conversation that we're having, saying we want to do social impact in a way that will revolutionize and disrupt how business is done, we are working towards sexual reproductive health as a solution to a lot of challenges that we have. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Ngobizwe. I hope we are taking notes for comments. I think the presentation has been very helpful. It was not a lamentation about challenges, but he shared with us challenges, connected the dots, and shared with us possibilities and what is being done in the area of meeting the challenges, either in the form of entrepreneurship and other forms of interventions. But I think this is going to lead to a very lively discussion later. Thank you. Our third speaker is our SRC president. I'm told he's not yet available. Can I just check if he is available? Yes. The SRC president, Mr. Malusi Zuma, is not yet available. Can I, at this point, invite Thabo Langa? And there's been a swap. Thabo will then take the place. Ayabulele, please do come. Okay, let's start this. I'm sharing this.
Greetings to our honorable guests, CHASU staff members, and my fellow speakers. My name is Thabo Langa. I'm a final year medical student at this institution and soon to be Dr. Langa. We are counting months, but most importantly, I am a lifetime peer educator. Today, I'll be speaking about gender equality in healthcare access, but I would like to extend this topic to include gender identity, which is an individual's personal sense of having a particular gender, and gender expression, which is the way in which a person expresses their gender identity. But before moving forward, I would like to thank CHASU and the subsequent peer education program for allowing us as peer educators to have a say in platforms like these, to have a say about issues pertaining us. Now, public health teaches us that there are determinants of health which affects the health of individuals and communities. They are interconnected and all influence health. But in my opinion, the social determinants of health are the most important ones because they determine the quality of healthcare and not just the quality, but access to that good quality of healthcare. They also influence the health-seeking behavior of the individuals and communities. So social issues are the source of a poor healthcare system. And until they are addressed, the highest level of healthcare won't be attained. And one of the major social issues we have is inequality, especially in South Africa. Some communities are still far behind in terms of healthcare advancement, especially the LGBTQIA+ community. So the World Health Organization adopted the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development for Holistic Healthcare, which was a pledge to improve healthcare access, healthcare that is inclusive and that made sure no one is left behind. This raises a question for us. Are we really not leaving anyone behind in the advancement of our healthcare? We have to applaud the progression of women's sexual and reproductive health and rights. Look at how contraceptions are now readily available and accessible to our women. Look at how everyone globally is having a conversation about abortion. Look at the active, progressive advocacy campaigns that make sure the highest standard of sexual health care is attained for women, and to be exact, cis women. Now it is time to include everyone in this ship. It is time to include men in this ship. Let's be honest. Whenever one hears of sexual and reproductive health and rights, we immediately think of contraceptions, abortion services, orgasm issues for women, and all things associated with women's sexual health. It is time we put the same energy to the advancement of sexual health care for the LGBTQIA+ community. This community is known to be the group of people prone to contraction of HIV, but yet NGOs are the foundation of service provision for them. Private institutions are capitalizing on this issue because they know that people in this community still fear public health institutions because of discrimination and prejudice. This is why health-seeking behavior is poor in this community. It is time we get rid of the lack of knowledge and poor attitude that still exists in our public institutions towards anyone who is even by the slightest different from what society deems as normal. Our job as healthcare workers is to provide services without terms and conditions. Prejudice and discrimination has no place in our healthcare system. No one must be left behind. It is just the right thing to do. We need to equip our healthcare workers with knowledge about the diverse community that they are serving. Hopefully this in turn address the poor attitude. We must have these uncomfortable conversations that people would rather avoid. Sexual education that is comprehensive and inclusive of all sexualities is very important. It could save that young boy or that young lesbian girl, that young gay boy or that young lesbian girl who is still exploring their sexuality from a lot of pain and suffering. On my last point, we need to use research for the betterment of everyone. There isn't much research that is conducted for the LGBT community that will identify the gaps in our healthcare system and in turn improve the system. On the contrary, whenever research is being quoted, it is when the community is being painted as weak or the problematic group of people. For an example, the monkeypox virus. Publications were pushing this narrative that gay men are the ones spreading the virus. And of course, this is not news to us. It was the same story with HIV. This is actually perpetuating violence against the community, and it is definitely not right. Now, it is my honor to share this campaign we're doing to try and tackle the issues faced by the LGBT community and hopefully to start very necessary conversations. Non-binaries, ladies and gents, I present to you Queer in Medicine. And of course, audio is not on my side. Or we can go to the actual video, not the presentation. Oh, okay. That's one.
Natal, and this is Queer in Medicine. This is the campaign I'm presenting with or under Campus HIV and AIDS Support Unit. This is our effort to break down the barriers that prevent the LGBTQI+ community from attaining the highest standard of healthcare. The World Health Organization adopted the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development for Holistic Healthcare. This was a pledge to improve healthcare access that is inclusive, that made sure no one is left behind.
Being part of something like this for me means that I can actually get to be myself, of which is not always the case in our work.
Hi, my name is Tabolanga. I'm a final year medical student at University of KwaZulu-Natal, and this is Queer in Medicine. This is the campaign I'm presenting with or under Campus HIV and AIDS Support Unit. This is our effort to break down the barriers that prevent the LGBTQI+ community from attaining the highest standard of healthcare. The World Health Organization adopted the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development for Holistic Healthcare. This was a pledge to improve healthcare access that is inclusive, that made sure no one is left behind.
Being part of something like this for me means that I can actually get to be myself, of which is not always the case in our work environment. It also means that I will also be granted an opportunity to make people aware of some of the challenges we as the queer people face within the workplace, and also highlight some of the Department of Health shortfalls when it comes to accommodating us as queer people, and also show other queer people out there that you can be queer and be in medicine.
What does queer mean? What does being queer mean to me? I feel like queer is just a word, you know, that people used to kind of know, to label people in a way that people that are different from like society, the ideal person in society is like. You could still do everything that you want to do, and even greater. You know, it doesn't mean that because you're queer now, something has to be different about you, and you have to be an outsider in that context.
Okay, so I think that our health system can still do a little bit more, because currently there are quite a lot of programs that are aimed at the heterosexual community, but when it comes to the LGBTQI+ community, there aren't a lot of programs that are aimed at them. So I think that they should add a bit more programs that are directed at the community, and I also feel that they should also sensitize their staff so that it becomes easier for them when they have to work with LGBTQI+ individuals.
There's a lot to work on in terms of inclusion, especially with regards to the queer community. You know, normally we know that when you go to a healthcare center, a clinic or whatever, you get sex education. You know, and normally what they tell you is, okay, this is how you use a condom in terms of penetrative sex. But then when you're looking at sapphic relationships and, you know, gay relationships, sex is not always penetrative, you know.
So as medical students, we have seen that there's some gaps of knowledge when it comes to anything pertaining the LGBTQIA community. In fact, some people don't even know what LGBTQIA means. So we just want to be those people. We are being those people who are educating and desensitizing We want to dissect people's opinions about issues surrounding the LGBTI community, because at the end of the day, we're going to be people who are going to work with a lot of different peoples from different walks of life. We just want our issues to be addressed, we just want to be seen, and we just want to be respected.
In my body, in my bones, every part of me. And if I'm drowning on free.
Hi, my name is Tabola.
Health that is equally accessible to all gender identities, expressions, and sexualities. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Thabo, for this enlightening input. Thabo just highlighted the social issues, especially focusing on inequality, prejudice, ignorance, and stigmas, and just highlighted or affirmed some headway that has been made in terms of access, the voice of women when it comes to sexual reproductive health and rights, and of course, highlighted the campaign they're involved in, a campaign on inclusivity. And I think what we saw now is partly talking to that. We will keep on adjusting our program. Is our SRC president here? Not yet. The SRC president is not yet here. Can we move to our next speaker? Speaker number 5, Kashni Naika. Kashni, is she with us or online? I'm told Kashni didn't make it. Can we move to the next speaker? We have another speaker, according to our program, speaker number 6, excuse me, SRHR and appropriate behavior, but we don't have the name of the speaker. May I be guided by the organizers if the speaker is available? Is our speaker available? Pardon me? Aya? Okay. Aya Bulela Nyawose. Yes, is she with us? Okay. Our next speaker is Aya Bulela Nyawose, a social engineer and champion for the young and adolescent girls of eThekwini district of Senec at the mayor's office under DAC. May I invite Ayabulela to the podium. Over to you, Ayabulela.
Greetings to our honorable speakers, our guests in the house at large. I am about to do a presentation, but I'm still waiting for Bang. As our program director has mentioned, my name is Ayabulela Nyawose. I am an adolescent and young people's champion for the eThekwini districts under the South African National AIDS Council, but I'm seconded at the District AIDS Council office units. So I'm going to be presenting on sexual and reproductive health rights and equality. Ayabulela Nyawose. Still waiting for the presentation. Yeah. Technology is dealing with us. Introduction. How do I pass here? How do I pass to the next slide? Oh. I have my introduction with me here, which speaks about Section 27 of the Constitution, which actually speaks about sexual and reproductive health rights, that it is enriched in Section 27 of the Constitution, which states that everyone has a right to access healthcare services, including reproductive health care. Sexual reproductive health rights encompass an important group of human rights, including rights to define your sexuality, the rights to education, including the rights to comprehensive sexual education. Here, we are speaking about access to healthcare services, more especially to young and adolescent girls. We know that we have got a variety of sexual and reproductive health services, including HIV testing and counseling, contraceptives or birth control methods, STI screening and testing, termination of pregnancy, access to sexual and reproductive health information, access to psychosocial support. Even though we know that we still have got some more challenges with regards to accessing some of these services. Challenges with accessing sexual and reproductive health services. I'm also a peer educator under Higher Health, so I've been having engagements with I've been having different engagements with different groups of young people in the community through dialogues and also in the university and also in campuses. So these are the challenges that most young people are mentioning when I ask them about the challenges they come across when trying to access sexual and reproductive healthcare services. Number one, they complain about judgments from the nurses. They say nurses are too harsh on students. That's the first point they're stating. I think number two is speaking to the first point. It's the same thing, unfriendly attitude of healthcare employees. And number three, nurses are too old and need to be replaced. They say they fear to speak to the nurses because if the nurse is the same age as your mother or your grandmother, how are you going to tell her about the problem you have, your private part, the problem you have in your private parts? You can't tell her that your vagina or your penis has this. You can't tell her that you did a mistake and then you had unprotected sex, because you know obviously that she is going to judge you. And number three, scarcity of contraceptive or medication shortage, more especially in campus clinics. Students are always complaining that contraceptives are scarce. They're always getting one and the same contraceptives. Yes, we also told that we have a choice to choose which contraceptives we want to use. But when you reach at the clinic, you'll find that there's only Depo or there's only injection. You can't find Implanon. So actually, that's actually, it doesn't give us a choice which contraceptives do we actually want to use. And number four, delay in the administration of health and lack of drugs. There are always delays. Most of the times you'll find that if you're going to the campus clinic, there's a very long line, hence you're missing classes. That's why some students prefer to go to their local clinics, which they also have their challenges, instead of going to the campus clinic, because you'll find that while you're still waiting, classes are not waiting for you. By the way, lectures are just not waiting for you at all. Number seven, time given to students to access the clinic clashes with lectures, as I've also mentioned. Inadequate personnel, staff nurse will have to attend to numerous students with complicated cases. Staff nurses are dealing with many students, and these students, some of them have complicated cases which need to be looked at in a closer perspective. Hence, you can't say if a student is telling the nurse that I've been raped and then we are you need to do a follow-up. Hence, it's delaying the other students who are waiting for services. Insufficient information. Some students are unaware that there's PrEP, some students are unaware that there's also PEP, which means information is not enough escalated to the students. Lack of collaboration between the SRC and peer educators. peer educators are always complaining that it's like they are different entities who are not studying in the same university. SRC, they're doing their own thing on the side. They're dealing mostly with politics, and peer educators are dealing with healthcare issues, while we need integration we need to collaborate with the SRC. SRC needs to understand that if there is a march on LGBTQI, they need to be part of that march. They don't need to say, see, now we are SRC, we're only dealing with residencies and we're only dealing with some other issues of the student, not particularly the healthcare issues. We need to collaborate in order to come up with solid solutions. Stigma around PrEP. There is a lot of stigma around PrEP, more especially when you go on Facebook and read the comments. People are saying, why should I take a pill every day in order to avoid to take a pill every day? Which means enough information is not being given to students. Students need to understand, and young people in particular, more especially young women. I'm not saying I'm focusing more on young women. It's because they're mostly vulnerable towards getting HIV and other sorts of types of STIs. So they need to understand that PrEP is not about you taking a pill every day. They need to understand that with PrEP, you still have a choice to say, I'm no longer using PrEP because I feel more safe. It's unlike when you're using ART, which is antiretroviral, ARVs, you just don't have a choice. Like, you need to take your pill consistently and every day. Challenges faced by key population, as my brother over there has mentioned, that key population are facing a very huge challenge, more especially is labeling. When they're going to the public healthcare facilities or even sometimes in the campus clinics, you will find that they are being labeled as names. Oh, are you also having sex? How? Like, it's very rude to ask a person about his privacy on how she or he does, you know, her private stuff, sex. You can't ask a person, how are you doing it? That's totally rude and it's disrespectful. It's sexual abuse, discrimination, or marginalization. Yes. Unfairness on the allocation of resources such as the accommodation. Sometimes LGBTQI plus students are complaining that they, like, in terms of allocating the accommodation, things are not treated fairly, they're not giving enough privacy. If someone is saying, even if you see me as a man, but I identify myself as a female, hence I want to be allocated with other females. And when are you telling him that when I look at you, I see a male, which means you'll be on the side. Obviously, he won't be uncomfortable, hence he won't enjoy his lifetime of being at race or even at school. It might also affect his academics. Access to healthcare services for differently abled people in the university and also in the community. Attitudinal problems, both from staff and students. Like, students and staff, sometimes they always have attitude towards students who are differently abled. Lack of transport to and from the campus. Students who are differently abled are complaining that there's no transport to the campus clinic, and also there's no transport from the campus clinic. It's just not friendly at all for them. Hence, they are avoiding themselves to go to the clinic, because even when they enter to the buses, they're saying they need to bother people asking, can you please lift me up? Which is, they don't like that. Hostile environment, which is dislike, obviously, which speaks to the first point, attitudinal problems, both from staff and students. Power imbalances. Mostly students are facing, they come across power imbalances, but they can't speak about it because they also fear judgments. We all know the truth that students, more especially girls, they dating blessers for different things. Hence, speaking to the first point I spoke about, that nurses are too harsh on students. They're going to be asking, why are you dating blessers? Sometimes it's a home situation where you find that a student cannot have certain things from home. Even sometimes NSFAS is just not enough for that student to sustain back in Piloyasekai and also in rest. Hence, she decides to go on Facebook. We've come across a student, I think it was a student from DUT, and she was saying that, Mina, right now I'm calling a blesser because I don't have food. I'm hungry. I need to have food. Those are different kinds of cases that we come across. Emotional gender-based violence. Students or young women are threatened to be killed, or sometimes they are brutally killed. Financial gender-based violence, which most students are facing. Like, when they dating blessers, obviously you can't negotiate safer sex. They can't even negotiate safer sex because they'll be like, hey, I'm giving you money. You can't tell me what to do and how to do it. You understand? So those are the things that students are telling us, that even if I like to negotiate safer sex, but I can't because this person is telling me, Uguti, you looking like this is because of me, you are wearing that weave, it's because of me, even though sometimes it's a matter of the stomach, not the weave, but most of the times, the student wants some inches. Yeah, it's true. The right to termination of pregnancy. This one is a matter of, most of the times, there's always a debate around this cultural beliefs and also the law, but it is enriched in the Constitution. Act number 92 of 1996 speaks about the choice on termination of pregnancy. Most young people are doing backdoor termination, hence it's giving them problems. It's a later stage whereby you find that women cannot bear children anymore because she has been affected, while there are healthcare facilities where she can access legal abortion, but because of judgments, she prefers. It's not like they are not doing termination of pregnancy, they are doing it, but backdoors. So here we are saying, if you decide to terminate, please do it in a safer way. We are not encouraging termination, but we are saying, if you decide to terminate, please do it in a safer way. Some of the adopted solutions, they are a campus clinic with a nurse. Contraceptives are available in campus clinics, even though sometimes that they are not, they are insufficient. HIV testing and counseling is available in campus clinic and in public healthcare facilities. Peer educators for information sharing, peer educators are there to be a safer space for students, and they are there to mobilize students for HIV prevention. We also, in public healthcare facilities, there's AYFS. When you go back at home, you have to know that in public healthcare facilities, there's an hour we call adolescent and youth friendly services. That hour is specifically dedicated to young people, for young people to access services. You don't have to stand in long queues, you just go directly to that room. There's a nurse there we call a champion, nurse who's specifically trained to deal with the issues of young people. There you speak whatever you want in whatever way you want. There's no judgment. Organizations like TIP HIV Care, Health Systems Trust are available to provide healthcare services. If you're at home, you have to know that there's TIP HIV Care who provides services, there's HST, there are a variety of organizations. Psychosocial supports and services are available in campus. There's also an application we call BWise. There's a Sister Unat, download an app called BWise. There's a Sister Unat there. You can basically ask everything regarding SRHR. You can ask what is PrEP. Sister Unat is always ready. She doesn't sleep even 12 at night. You ask Sister Unati, what is PrEP? Uzokuphendula Sister Unat. It's called BWise app. It's a data-free app. These are the game changers to end the HIV epidemic. We have PrEP. We have used call to you. You means undetected is equal to untransmitted, which means if you are using your ARVs, your ARDs, if you're using them correctly, you're standing much chances your viral load will lower, and then you'll be undetected, hence you can't transmit HIV. Hence we are saying U is equal to you. We've got Operation Sugumasake, that small loca over there, there's a tree. These are two hands, which means if we collaborate, we are standing a chance to fight against HIV. Operation Sugumasake works mostly in the communities. If you attend war rooms, if you attend meetings in your community, you will know about Operation Sugumasake. Thank you so much.
The issue of intergenerational anxieties. I hope we are going to address that. I think it's very important to be able to understand students with different perspectives, the many of them are already of interest, and how the world view, their world view of different issues, and the also issue of the past from the study of that program. From what you are saying, there are well-being programs taking place in the university, some organized or run by FOC, they will see others by other students. I hope this juncture that she referred to is something that we can touch on, how these programs can complement one another. The issue of abortion came up again. I hope it will be part of our discussions later, since there are quite sensitive issues around that. Issue, of course, of the judgmental attitude is coming up again. I hope these are some of the issues that we will pick up later before we end the day. Siyabonga, siyabulela, ayabulelo. At this point, I've been requested that we take a 15 minutes comfort break. We are at 10:06. If we come back at maybe 20 past 10, is that okay, organizers? Yeah, if we come back at 20 past 10, I hope that will give us enough time to stretch. There's more water, the healthiest drink. We can have more water, just stretch, and we reconvene at 10:20. Thank you.
Sorry, before we take a break, Professor, if I may ask, are we allowed to add after a speaker has spoken?
With the organizers, because it seems like everything is reserved for the question and answer session. I think what we may need to do, if organizers allow us, we just have more time during question and answers. I think people have quite a lot to share after the presentations. Let's see if we can extend the question and answer session.
It's okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I think
partnership with the SRC members and the peer educators, since we already know that SRC members mostly deal with the political part of the campus. And every time we try to collaborate with them, in a way, I think we are faced with a situation whereby they politicize almost everything. I was kind of like asking for a suggestion or maybe an input on whether how can we move about in trying to make this collaboration effective, or trying to move forward in a way that will work for the organization rather against the organization, and also not for only the organization, but for the student at large. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take 3 more comments and questions. I think that's where we are. Can we take 2 or 3 more questions? Then we have responses.
Yes.
In the house, any more?
Professor.
Okay, fine. Please go ahead.
Before the break, I had noticed that many.
Introduce yourself.
I'm Tamsanga Mapalala. I'm a peer educator of this hosting campus. I've noticed that before the break, many, or rather the speakers that had spoke about the judgment and the critics that people receive from the nurses on the clinics, right? So I just jotted down some notes to rather add on Ayabulela's speech that the Department of Higher Education can intervene in this by firstly making it compulsory for nursing students to be peer educators, right? So that they can gain more insight and rather more information about what people say about the nurses' behavior of being judgmental. And also nurses should also be given a chance like this one, as we are gathered here, to also be taught, or rather given information about such things, and also be taught also about the psychological impacts of this thing, because someone not going to the clinic because they have fear, that does not mean that will stop spreading. It will continue as they are staying at home with fear. So I think the focus should also be on nurses. Oh, yes. All right. I think the focus should also be on the student nurses, and also the nurses at the clinic. They could also be given such chances. It's never too late. As old as they may be and stigmatic, but they could also be taught, right? The information can be injected to them there and there, anytime the matrons get a chance to. Thank you.
Thank you, Tamsa. There is a message on the chat. Nkosi Corner. Adolescent girls face daily challenges just to survive in residential accommodation. This must be given attention, not only by the institution, but in partnership with government, local businesses, as well as civil society sectors. That's a comment from Nkosi Corner.
Point of order.
Yep.
Morning to everyone. Dennis Umvelase, the chairperson of KwaZulu Women's Forum at University Campus. Prof, what I wanted to ask, it's on a point of where is a point that was presented by Ayabulelwa Nyambos, something like. She said other girls are doing things because they are coming from pure backgrounds. Like they are loving places because they need money or they need food. But the thing that she didn't refer is that where they can consult about needing help, she said things like taking PrEP, that is from health. But what about this thing of poverty from the students that come from a poor background? Sorry, But my English, I know it's not fluent, but okay. Yeah, that's what I was asking about, where they can refer them if they have an issue about food, or they need to talk about maybe they are the breadwinners at their home. So things like that, where they can refer them. That's what I was asking. Thank you.
Thank you, Prince. Can I ask the speaker, or can I ask the speakers to respond, then I take the next set of hands, please?
I think I only got 2 questions and the other one was a comment. So answer the first question, which is about politicizing everything. I think firstly, you need to identify the claim mandate of collaborating. You have to make rules. First, we are not speaking politics here. We are only concerned about the health of the students. And also, if you're having things like Amamaj, no political regala should be worn. Everything should wear t-shirts, no political regale. I think those are the things that you guys need to do. Otherwise, I understand politics. You need to identify claim mandates. Guys, we are not speaking politics here. We are only about the health of the students, which also the member of the SRC might need. That's, you know. So the second question, where they can consult in terms of social support. We've got departments like social development, which are dealing with social services. Students can actually go there and ask for food parcels. And I think also in the residences or RA, they do have such help. We would say if a student needs food or food packs, food parcels, where they can get them. It's due if you're speaking to SRA or RA, they do have that help.
You can just come in there.
Okay, hi everyone. My name is Pamo Kumete. I'm the Residence Life Coordinator, DSRA. So I would like to add what she just said, because even at our university here in UKZN, we do have RAs who are very much, active. They're working together with CHASU. Dr. Modi do bring food parcels for students who need such support. Thank you.
There is another addition. Please go ahead. Come in.
Yes, I think I just want to also just add on that this is not just a DSRA program, and it's not only just about food, right? And in our institution, we've got student support services, SSS, right? So this is not just, it's a one-stop shop for students. And you can't make use of these services if you don't know that they're there for students. There is a lot of support the university provides. When you look deeply into what the SSS does, and it's a pity our students don't read their emails. Those boring emails, they've got all of that information. And I think it's just not only just about food, and it's not only just about those sections about sexual reproductive health or their health, access to health, and it's about a whole lot of other things. So there are lots of programs in the institution when you look at student support services. And I also heard an outcry about the nurses from Uaya. From medical school, can I just say this? We don't have this problem in medical school, Prof. We have wonderful nurses in medical school, and they are very friendly, they are open, both the nurse that sees students for acute care and the nurse that actually sees us for occupational health. So in spite of all of these challenges of nurses, I do want to share light that we do have wonderful services in medical school. And I hope this actually spreads to other campuses as well. And not only just our institution, but elsewhere. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Without consuming time, just to add on what the 2 speakers have said, starting with what Mobizo said about nurses. I'm not surprised that you have better nurses or nurses with a better understanding, probably by the virtue of proximity. One of the things that have come out of the project renewal recommendation is that campus health be closer to the College of Health Sciences. Right now it's located in SSD, but there is a recommendation that it comes closer to the College of Health Sciences so that all the concerns that have been raised to ensure that nurses are appropriately skilled and capacitated will be addressed by that. It's the same principle with the SSS and SSD for more collaboration. Thank you for raising that. Thanks, Ms. Kumé. May I then take the last three sets of hands? There were the three hands. I'll take the lady, three ladies. Please, you introduce yourself. We are already almost eating into a time, but if you can give us 5 minutes, please go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. I am Wasandes Kosana, the Vice Chairperson for Women's Forum in this campus. My question is, what can we do as students to ensure that we ourselves have bodily autonomy and integrity, but also as peer educators to ensure that other students or our fellow students, the peers that we deal with, they have bodily autonomy and bodily integrity. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mpara Khakule. I'm a peer educator from PNP campus, the deputy chair. I wanted to add on the inclusion. When we talk about provision of condoms and everything, we talk about male condoms and female condoms. We must also be aware that there are dental there and other kind of like for the finger, so that it includes everyone, the LGBTQI community. That's what I wanted to say. Yes.
Good day, morning. I'm not sure about the time. I'm Oluwatomi Doli, Deputy Chairperson for Positive Living at Westgate campus. Sorry, names. Miss Tutugile Mbata talked about the dual pill for PrEP and contraceptives. So the thing is, PrEP only deals with HIV, right? And then for pregnancy, it's contraceptives. What about STIs? Because you can take this pill, yes, it will protect you from HIV and falling pregnant, but what about other STIs like chlamydia and everything?
Hi, everyone. My name is Dobego Magnele. I'm a peer educator in Westfield campus. I am the PMO and Charles Wright deal with making posters. So my main question is, as peer educators, we are faced with one of the crucial problems of male not coming to test for HIV. So in most cases, when we are hosting a festing fest, that's where we are approaching students to come and do HIV testing. Most of the people who approach or come to the marquee to test for HIV are mostly women. And the problem that we are facing with males is that they use, like, for example, they use their girlfriends to know their HIV statuses. For example, let me make an example because you guys are adults. Let me just say you have a husband at home. And so when you go to the clinic to do some testing, and then you speak to your partner and you say, let us go for testing, and then he declines. And unfortunately, you are the one who goes for testing for HIV. And so that's how he knows that you are HIV, he's also HIV negative. So my question is, how can we make it comfortable for males to actually approach and to approach us or approach the testing site? How can we make it more comfortable for them? And also there is a major challenge that we are facing with women, with women using their own condoms, because once you start saying the condom is used, you have to insect it for, you need to insect it and wait for 8 hours. And in most cases, you'll find women like saying, wait, now you do not understand. How can you make it comfortable? How can you make it comfortable for them as well to actually use these contraceptives to prevent themselves from getting pregnant and also contracting HIV?
Thank you. May I first check if Ms. Tutugile is still around, Tutugile Mbata? I think she will need to just comment if she's around. But I think, did you want to say something? All right, may I do the comment as the very last comment and then ask this
Hi everyone, my name is Tebisile Nkosengubo from MUT. I'm so concerned about the food parcel because some of the students, they abuse those systems. Even the NSFAS money, they do abuse because we don't know who need this food parcel because they're selling to their aunties who was taking care to clean the universities. And the money from NSFAS, they buy alcohol. I don't know, we need to go deep. We don't know how can we, the students, they are very, very liars. They are very liars. I remember it was last year, if I'm not mistaken, later last year, there was a student that was claiming that he raped with his friend. Only found out there was no rape. So I think we're very careful, and then we need to know who need these things because they abused. Thank you so much.
Thank you. May I request that we park this comment for our next round of Q&A. We allow the speakers to respond and then we go to the next presentation. We will take that comment, Ms. Ngubo, later. Thank you. Doc.
Thank you. Prof, I'll get arrested when I'm called Doc. So, thank you. So, firstly, I do want to indicate that I didn't get the question, Deputy President, enactors. I did not. I'm not sure if I understood you clearly. Maybe if you just want to, in short, just repeat your question again.
Okay, my question was, how do we ensure that we as students have bodily integrity as well as bodily autonomy, but also for our peers, as we are peer educators and we lead by example to our peers?
Okay, thank you. So I wanted to start with the one of PrEP and STIs. This is very true. I mean, majority of people just, it's one thing that we've seen. People are more, initially, people were more afraid of pregnancy than they were of HIV, right? And this has been an issue, and this has been one of the challenges. And we do make PrEP available. The dual part of it that Ututu was talking about, of saying you want to prevent pregnancy, you also want to prevent HIV. The truth is that we can't run away from the fact that HIV, it forms a part of the burden of diseases that we actually have as a challenge in South Africa, right? And we are the leading country in the world when it comes to infections in that space. Other STIs, yes, they're very important, right? And because we're talking about the burden of disease now when it comes to cervical cancer as well, because that's the exposure you also get, right? So yes, there are a lot of challenges around it, and I would want to hear some of the ideas when it comes to that part on saying, how can we have prophylactic measures for other STIs other than HIV? You know, can I protect myself? I mean, there is HPV vaccine now. Girls get it in age 9, if not 11, not sure. So, and there is that, but what else can we come up with? I mean, I would like to hear more. There are a lot of leaders in the room, and I'd like to hear more engagement on that, on what could be some of the solutions that we can have when it comes to prophylactic management, when it comes to STIs, rather than just HIV. Males testing, there has been also a challenge around that, but also one of the things that we've seen that encourages males to actually test is the self-test. Some of them are very afraid to actually go and seek healthcare services, but some have been open to self-testing. And at some point in our institution, I'm not sure if we still do provide self-testing, the one for the saliva, right? And we did provide that at some point in our institution. And it was run as one of the programs. And we've seen more people or more students or male students that were more willing to say, yeah, I just want to test and just know my status. It's that whole pre-counseling session. What are you going to do? You know, when I will ask you, what are you going to do if your results are positive? Who are you going to talk to? Some of them, they find that a bit scary, but it's a helpful session that you can have. So I think that we can do a lot of other programs, but some of the promoting the self-testing and make it more available, that can also help us as well. As we have seen, condom insertion for females, yes, it was 8 hours, but now it is immediate. And it's just that it lasts for 8 hours, right? So it's not that you have to insert the condom and then you can have sexual intercourse after 8 hours. No, you can insert the condom and then you can have sex and it lasts for 8 hours. Simply means that if you have inserted it at that point in time, you can, it's an advantage, by the way, because for male condoms, I can put on a condom now and stay for it with about 3 hours before I go and engage in sexual intercourse. It's going to be dry, I'll need a lube and all of that, right? So, but for women, the more it stays, if it stayed for 3 hours, it's better than when it has stayed for 2 hours because it actually just stays more in the vaginal walls. So that means if your partner is coming back at 4 o'clock, you inserted at 3, you have time from 3, 8 hours more, and you can have sex anytime at that point in time, and then you can change it after. So I do want to actually add that it's no longer 8 hours that you wait for, but it does stay for 8 hours. I think the last one, Prof, which is in regards to the autonomy. This is also, it's one of the issues and one of the challenges, but autonomy can be empowered by actually really giving information. It's because majority of women and young girls, they have this lack of information. You should see how empowered and how people become radicals and advocates when you give them information, right? So it's one of the challenges we have, access to information. And again, we have a room full of leaders right here, and I would want to hear more discussions and deliberations around that subject. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you, Ngoblise, for those responses. May I check if there is another presenter who would like to respond before we move on to Susan? Please go ahead.
Yes, I wanted to respond to the lady who spoke about the availability of other different types of condoms with the likes of your dental dam, your finger condom. I think it is your work as the peer educators to hold sessions and to educate students about the availability of all types of sexual and reproductive healthcare services. It is your work to spread the word, to hold caucuses wherever you go as a student, as a peer educator. Just know that you have got a role of sharing information with every student.
Thank you. I'm not sure if Tutugile is still connected, but if she's not with us, please do allow me to hand over to Susan Stokes, an educational psychologist with the HPCSA. Over to you. Thank you. can use your 15 minutes.
So good. Okay, so while we wait for the screen, good morning, Sawubona, Dumelang, namaste, salam, guten tag, bonjour, goeiemorgen. It is an absolute pleasure to be with you guys this morning to get to hear a little bit about mental health, relationship, and conversations, looking at the links between sexual health and reproduction and impact. So my name is Suzanne Stokes, and I'm an educational psychologist based in the College of Health Science. And we are joined by many others in the online space. So over the last couple of years, we've been in this online space having to talk about these issues. Did you feel weird about talking about sex, reproduction, or pregnancy and love on the internet? Nah, it was easy. It was a cool cucumber, maybe a little weird. I would never do that. Many years ago, we would never fathom talking about sex, love, pregnancy, relationships in this online space. So we are really afforded an opportunity to connect today to really speak about these challenges. There have been many responses you would have had when you'd ask your students or your children when having the reproductive talk. We are silently aware that children get to speak about puberty at school during those scheduled talks. And we know this talk is not spoken often enough. Aspects of sex and love or relationships are at most times only addressed in social or peer conversations, and our youth are left to explore this aspect on their own. Our youth rely on the role models set in our communities to understand and respond well to the aspects of sex, love, and relationships. Therefore, it is so important to create spaces where our role models speak to aspects of positive health and living, establishing healthy relationships, developing good decision-making skills, and reaching out for help. So there may be many factors that may lead to someone finding it difficult to manage life. Some may have the ability to adjust and cope with these life challenges. Others may need assistance. What allows us primarily to cope and adjust to these life stresses are our psychological resiliencies and strengths. The psychological factors are the elements of your personality and way of being. They either limit or enhance your ability to adjust to life stresses. These factors will determine how you respond to the impact the life stresses have on your well-being. The impact of applying an ineffective strategy or unhelpful decision may lead to a student to be in distress. Students can benefit from counseling for a variety of reasons. And when addressing factors that lead to being in distress, it prevents a future crisis from occurring. Students experiencing distress over a longer period of time and students in crisis are prone to experience mental ill health. We all have mental health. Addressing these factors that impact our wellness will prevent our mental health from depleting. Our role should be to ensure that we have spaces and means to address the psychological impact the life stresses have on the student, their wellness, in particular related to sexual health and reproduction. And this may be through awareness talks, individual psychotherapy support groups, and most importantly, in spaces where we find our students, in our student communities, in our peer groups, and living spaces. And this is where most of the talks and decisions on one's sexual health is made. Any sexual health conversation starts with a simple conversation about relationships. Why are you in a relationship? An interpersonal relationship is defined as an affiliation or a connection between two or more people. In most spaces, the youth speak to their relationships in various levels of affiliation and connectedness, openness, intimacy, and may be centered around perhaps something shared in common. The pandemic has certainly shifted many facets of our lives and had a psychological impact on our well-being. It's influenced the basic dynamics of how relationships work and encouraged isolation, separation, loneliness, boredom, worries, and future anxieties. Many students found themselves in environments not conducive to learning or living. Many students reported being in environments affected by financial challenges, food security, violence, intimidation, fear, familial and relationship challenges, accommodation, and resource constraints and limitations, leading to poor academic success and further isolation, lowered mental health, and at risk of violence and abuse. Relationships that were once established may have fizzled, while other relationships maybe grew in intensity and fear. Many able to establish healthy relationships with personal boundaries. Relationship conversations discussed will have elements of what makes a relationship important, healthy and unhealthy. Relationships are a cornerstone of happiness and living a full life. This is because they come with a wide array of rewards. Relationships provide us with friends and family to share our lives with, and people who can help us through tough times. They tend to bring us plenty of laughs, and lots of joy. So we get to understand ourselves and others in a relationship. We get to understand ourselves through interactions, the gaining perspectives from others to make sense of the world. And it's nice to have people around us that we feel understand us and whom we can rely on if needed. We get to feel fulfilled and have our needs fulfilled. Among our basic human rights, basic human needs are inclusion and affection. Inclusion is the need to want to be involved with others. Affection, the need to feel liked, loved, and cared for, both varying in degrees with different people. To share when times are good and when times are difficult. We often like to know that someone is there for us. It helps us to alleviate loneliness. Contact and having a significant other makes us feel less lonely, less alienated and isolated. A close relationship with a friend or partner sometimes makes one feel a lot less lonely than being surrounded by many acquaintances. Secure interaction. Humans need to interact on a physical, emotional, intellectual, and spiritual way. We need to be able to talk to someone about ideas, feel loved by someone, share our thoughts and emotions with someone, and a relationship ensures that we as a human being have secured a source for our basic need. So Erickson identified the young adult as seeking to nurture this personal need for intimacy and sex. This brings us to the theory of intimacy versus isolation. Failure to achieve this need for connection and a sense of belonging results in isolation. The adult strives for feeling loved, to love and have compassion. They learn in the stage that love and compassion may get what they desire. This may lead one to make decisions that seem risky or may place one at risk for harm, manipulation, and intimidation. Along with the newfound sense of independence, adventure, and opportunity to experience the city life, the young adult would face many challenges. A decision to engage in risky behavior may lead one to experience the consequences of unplanned pregnancy, HIV, substance use and abuse, victimization, isolation, impaired mental and physical health. It is at this stage that we remind the youth to establish healthy relationships and set intimacy boundaries in relationships. Sexual health and reproduction is at most times focused on the physical health element and excludes the psychological health. Our mental and emotional health and wellness has a direct relationship on the aspects of sexual health and reproduction. And this includes body awareness and acceptance, i.e. the changes that occur over time, such as entering puberty, building our identity, exploring intimacy, and establishing relationships. Achieving psychological wellness means understanding one's own sexual health needs, identity, and the ability in making appropriate decisions over your own sexual health, contraceptions, relationships, family planning, and consent. Acceptance of inequality exacerbates those byproducts of unhealthy relationships. Culture, tradition, religion plays a pivotal role in defining what is considered normal and acceptable, and with law and policy offering a balance between what is right and morally ethical. So we need to include in our conversations educational programs, content speaking to harm reduction in sexual health and reproduction, in healthy sexual decisions and practices, asexuality, sexual identity and expression, and well-being. Perhaps a mini ethics course on relationships, communication, appreciating diversity, and the rights and responsibilities when gaining consent. As healthcare practitioners, service providers, and agents of change, we face these multiple factors when addressing aspects of sexual health and reproduction. Our professional competence may impact the health and wellness of our patients and clients we serve. This may have negative consequences on the wellness of an individual seeking assistance and support. This may prevent the student from reaching out for contraceptives, speaking out about an incident of sexual violence, or asking for help with an unwanted pregnancy. As healthcare practitioners, we have the role of providing care that is free of judgment, is respectful, and prevents future harm. Establishing a multidisciplinary support team to address these multiple factors impacting the well-being of students is necessary. There is no physical health or wellness without mental and sexual health. So in summary, become mindful of the conversations we have in our spaces with our peers, colleagues, families, and students. This process starts with you today. Show more self-love. Act on what you need rather than what you want. You love yourself when you can turn away from something that feels good and exciting to what you need to stay strong, centered, moving forward in your life instead. By staying focused on what you need, you turn away from those automatic behavior patterns that get you into trouble, that keep you stuck in the past, and lessen that self-love. So practice good self-care. You will love yourself more when you take better care of yourself and your basic needs. People high in self-love nourish themselves daily through healthy activities like sound nutrition, exercise, proper sleep, intimacy, and healthy social interactions. Set boundaries. You'll love yourself more when you set limits or say no to love or activities that deplete or harm you physically, emotionally, spiritually, or sexually, or express poorly who you are. Protect yourself. Bring the right people into your life. Forgive yourself. Practice being less hard on yourself when you make a mistake. Remember, there are no failures if you have learned and grown from your mistakes. There are only lessons learned. Live intentionally. You will accept and love yourself more, whatever is happening in your life. And may these tips that are based on the 7 steps of self-love offer you the opportunity to start today with yourself and make that change in the future and be that agent of change. So thank you.
Thank you, Siyabonga, Susan. Thanks for that inspiring input on relationships. I think we have an idea about the complexity of relationships. You touched on psychological health. You also touched on engaging not only with other people, but engaging with the self, the I, and the me. The issue of non-judgmental attitude around the professionals came up again. You touched on multidisciplinarity, again, talking to the disjunctures that were also highlighted by other speakers. Thanks for that. At this point, may I request our SRC President, Mr. Malusi Zuma, to address us. I am not sure whether it's virtual or is in the house, but if Malusi, if you can address the Indaba. We are whilst he goes to the podium, may I indicate that our next speaker might not be ready. She's experiencing load shedding, probably up to 12. This is Ofina Kotsang, but we will keep you informed. We'll adjust our program as necessary. Over to you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Prof. Greetings to you, Prof. Masibugo, and greetings to all colleagues in the Indaba. Mine is very, very short. I have no presentation at all, but I'm just here to be on behalf of the students so that I can grasp whatever information that is necessary for me and for the students so that I can relay the messages to my students accordingly. But most importantly, I'm here on behalf of the students to provide a message of support. As Prof. Mazibugo has said, my name is Malusi Michael Zuma. I'm the president of the SRC at UKZN. So in my capacity here as the president, I think that the information that we have received and that we are yet to receive is the information that is important for our students that we must relay in all platforms. I think this is especially us Black students coming from rural areas, speaking about sex is something that we really, I don't know what to say. It's something that's not in us, you know, we rather speak in our corners. But only to find that when we're even having problems in terms of our physique, in terms of the issues or diseases that we face, it becomes very difficult to confront the situation. So I think this kind of information that we're going to be receiving here is an information that should be normalized to our students to say, if you have a problem, don't close yourself in your room, but confront the situation, talk to the relevant people in different campuses. And what I like is the fact that services are provided. You know, it's just that as a students, we don't want to use the services. We have this tendency of saying, no man, I will not attend or go, I'm a man. You know, we have that tendency of saying I'm a man, so I will heal from whatever that I'm facing, because STIs, they take place in us and we don't confront them. We rather just remain and think that maybe we'll use the traditional healers and say, but these STIs that happen to us, I think it's time that we confront them as they are. We speak to the relevant people, you know, because it is important for us to graduate healthy. That's the main goal, because coming to the university, we did not come to collect the STIs and diseases or whatever that we may face that related to sexual and reproductive health, but we are here to graduate. But it is important that in us graduating, we graduate healthy. I think that's the main thing I can provide as a message of support on behalf of the students. So we will make sure that we relay the messages as they are to the students and ensure that even the psychological services are available. But students, sometimes they don't access those services because they're afraid of what will people say when I do this. You know, this fear. I think students, if ever they are listening to me now as a president may not get this opportunity. I want to encourage the students to access each and every services that is available on campus. Use this information for their benefit because we want to graduate healthy soul. It's going to be pointless for us to graduate and then later on, we really do not are not in a better state of health. And when we're confronted by those conditions, let's speak out. As the SRC, we're available to ensure that we take you to the relevant offices if you are afraid, and we ensure that we support you. And we are not going to talk you bad that you have this condition and so forth, because we are your representatives. So it is important that you confront us and access these services. One last thing that I think I should encourage is the fact that there is a crisis to students that are facing issues of financial burdens and so forth. But I think it is important that there is a food security drive to assist, because some of the issues that come about comes when a student is hungry, and really when you are hungry as a student, there's a saying that says desperate times calls for desperate measures. A student can take any decision when they're hungry because they'll do anything to feed their stomachs. So I think it's one of the things that we need to look into, Prof and colleagues, to say, why can't you have a food drive model per campus to say any student who is not funded, who is not able to find a meal per day, they can come and have food, at least one meal per day, one hot meal per day. I think that will solve many of our psychological issues that our students face, because you'll find that they also don't speak about these issues because they normally think, if I confront the president will make fun of me to say I'm hungry, and so forth. So it's something that comes as a condition, that of which I think as part of the support that needs to be provided to our students, food security needs to be addressed as an issue that is remaining. But above all, we want such program to take place as students, because we need education when it comes to sex. It's a topic on its own. It needs, we can't address it here alone, but it needs multiple programs so that, especially first-year students, when they come as teenagers. So when they come as teenagers, of course, they would want to explore things. But when they explore things, they would normally do things vulnerably, so exposing themselves to conditions where they will even contract these diseases. How do we protect them? Of course, we can't keep on telling them, condomize, 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 condomize. But there has to be an education that speaks about sex itself. When you want to do sex, what must you do? These are the steps, and what challenges are there, because many of them don't know. And when I speak about teenagers, I'm not speaking about males only. I'm also speaking about the other genders, females, both, all of us. We need sexual education to be encouraged. And as the president, I want to pledge full support for such programs. And I don't want this to be the final program. There must be a plan for the year to say, this is how we're going to support students. We're going to be providing education so that they can be healthy. I think that can be my message of support for now. I will remain here for more information. I will take notes, and I will also, in the right platform in which I have a jurisdiction, I will update my students to say, this is the program that must always be promoted. But most importantly, food security, Prof. I think it's the major thing, as well as sex education. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Siyabonga, President. Just briefly to say thank you, President, for the message of support. It is always a pleasure to listen to you giving contextualized messages of support that shows that you are a hands-on president, because everywhere we have heard you giving messages of support, it is appropriate message in context with the event. And thank you for being an accessible and accountable president with your SRCs. Once before you came in, we've had inputs and comments from the campus SRCs who are also very much involved in a number of programs with and amongst students. May I also say, as a president, obviously, you are the face of the student body of this university. And as you know, your university is one of the top 10 universities in the country. And we've had about 4 universities coming to UKZN to look at your model of governance. That says something about you and the SRC. You touched on hunger. Yes, as you were speaking about hunger, I thought of a saying which you will be familiar with, that every country is 3 meals away from a revolution. So it's very important for us to address the issue of food security, because it's also very central to a number of programs and issues that we've raised today, and more importantly, for the stability of the institution. We want students to access the university, have an excellent student experience and exit with their qualifications, as you rightfully said. Some of the words that you've shared with us today are words that you shared with us in the presence of a predominantly male student audience on the 3rd of October at the event Men of Virtue, another very critical program and very complementary to what we are discussing today. Again, thank you for your words of encouragement and wisdom. May I, through the guidance of our organizers, can we move on to our next speaker, Professor Sibikana, a gynecologist. She's part of the academic leadership in this university at the medical school. She will be joining us virtually. May I, at this point, hand over to Professor Sidi Sibikana. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues, and good morning, Professor Mazibuko, our chairperson. Thank you so much for this beautiful arrangement that the team has put together. If I may be allowed to share the slides. Share screen, yes. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, Prof, you are clear.
Yes, once again, thanks to the organizers. And I think just listening to the SRC president, I'm actually want to offer the same sentiments as Prof Mazibuko, that we need this type of leadership that is comprehensive, that is for looking ahead and able to actually call a spade and not sometimes to brush things just because we are talking to young people. So I'm aware that I've got only 15 minutes to cover this talk. I've labeled it women's health, and I put the reproductive age group, simply because there's quite a range of issues that we could go to. I thought this being mainly at campus, and particularly, I think, hoping that it addresses the students, we would then look at the reproductive age group, because you could have women's health in a young girl who is premenarche, or we could have women's health in women that are around the time of menopause. So just for those of us that may not be very particularly aware of how the female genital tract looks like, which is basically where we work as gynecologists. Just on your right is a view that you would see if people say they are doing a laparoscope, and they pass a camera into your abdomen. You'll see there you've got a uterus, what we call a womb. On the side would be your tubes. And then those white little round oval tissues are your ovaries, what we call the eggs. And basically those are the three main parts that we need for our reproduction. The womb, which is the uterus. There on the left, it's depicted as that pear-shaped organ. And then you need your tubes, and you need obviously the eggs. And it shows here on the left that then you'll have a vagina. And then there's a part called the cervix, which is the mouth of the womb. And that's where we get the commonest cancer amongst women. And we'll talk about that. So as I mentioned, that it's quite a broad, very broad topic, and I'm not going to try and go into depth. I'll rush to the last slide, which I think is just some basic tips, which we should all be aware of if we are to pay good service to health of women. So as I mentioned, we could look at a very young girl where it's mainly menstrual issues and STIs. Our SRC president did speak about that. In the reproductive age group, which is most of our students, yes, there will be menstrual issues, but maybe infertility, there might be problems with pelvic pain, where you sometimes get low abdominal pain, you may get cysts and fibroids, and we won't go into the perimenopausal stage. Just on menstrual problems, which I think that one is cross-cutting from any time from the time you start your menses, which is menarche, or until they close, which is your menopause. Cycles can be said to be irregular if they are coming in an infrequent manner. And the normal cycle, we usually say it's 28 days. Obviously, there's a range between 21 to 35 days. You count from the day you started to see blood coming. So the first day of your menses is the day we count, and you are going to count until the next period. So first day to first day, on average, should be about 28 days. It can range from 21 to 35, that's still all right. So if you get infrequent menses, they could be too little or they could be too often. At most, you should get about 9 periods a year. Otherwise, these are infrequent and there might be a problem there. Cycles are said to be regular, and if they are regular, they are said to be associated with ovulation. Ovulation means that your egg is coming. If your egg is coming, it means that you are in the right reproductive age group and pregnancy is possible. Lack of ovulating can be due to a number of other causes. And if you don't ovulate as well, you might be having heavy bleeding. Normally, when you start getting periods that are heavy, every woman will be familiar with what is her normal volume, how many pads she changes a day, and all of that. And once your periods start becoming heavy, particularly when you've got clots, that is something that is not normal. You should not be bleeding with clots. Usually when you're passing a clot, there'll be pain as well. That shows that there's something not quite normal, so you should seek help. Dysmenorrhea is period pains. All of us will go through this. There's 2 types. Normally, a young girl will experience this, and this is normal again, associated with the fact that you are ovulating, the egg is coming on a cyclical basis. It should not be so debilitating that you stay away from work or from service or whatever. If that happens, again, we need to look at what is now called secondary dysmenorrhea, which means it's secondary to something. There might be something happening. But if it's just something that responds to disprin, brufen, and all of it, should respond to normal simple analgesia, and you should be able to go to class, should be able to go to work. Once it becomes debilitating, then it means that there might be something more sinister. The good thing is that we can actually delay our periods, or we can actually decide to skip our periods. It's allowable. So These days, with the use of oral contraceptive pill, what we call the combined pill, it is possible, it is safe, and it has been shown that it can actually be convenient. Maybe you are going to, for example, a young girl who's getting married doesn't want to be having a bleeding at the time of her wedding, or some people, if you are, say, Muslim girls, they're going on Mecca on pilgrimage, you don't want to go and bleed during that time. You can actually postpone your periods with the use of the oral pill, and it's quite safe and very convenient. That can be arranged, but you've got to come quite early for the health practitioner to assist you. STIs was mentioned, as we said, and I loved what the SRC mentioned, that students must graduate healthy. We didn't come here to pick up diseases, was his message, and I agree completely. You know, we always say that one STI calls another, so we treat them as a group. There's nothing like I picked up gonorrhea or I picked up this and that. Usually once there is one, there's usually another in the same area, in the same vicinity. So when we give you treatment, we call what is called syndromic. So we treat a syndrome of STIs rather than try and target one particular organ, because even on signs and symptoms, they're not quite clear as to which one is doing what. So we give you a syndromic type of approach. A normal discharge for a young woman should be white and watery. And watery, I don't mean like you should really be wet. It's just that it's not thick. It should have no smell, and it should have no itch. These days, women walk around and they put panty liners, and it can be very quite misleading, because once the discharge lands on the panty liner, it may change color, and then you may think that this is abnormal. You can do your self-examination. Don't be afraid. It's your body. Just put your finger in when you wash or something. Just check whether what comes out from there, not what is on the panty or what is on the panty liner. Just check whether it's just a normal white. If that's the case and it has no smell, you are not itchy, then there's nothing to worry about. Once it's itchy, it could represent an organism called Candida. This is not an STI. It can come to almost every woman, whether sexually active or not. It can be treated simply with antifungal agents. An abnormal discharge is the one that will be smelly, and it's most likely an STI. It may be offensive in color, it may be itchy, and all of this. Yeah, so that needs help. We sometimes say women have got ovarian cysts, as we mentioned the anatomy earlier on. So a cyst would be something that lies in your ovary, and it may be that either you are not ovulating, or it may be just a growth. In most cases, it's a benign growth, meaning that it's non-cancerous, and it sometimes, depending on its size and on its nature on ultrasound, they'll tell you whether it needs immediate attention, or it can be washed over a period of 2 to 3 months, maybe up to 6 months, giving sometimes suppressed treatment like the combined pill, and we watch and see what happens to it. Women also sometimes have what is called fibroids. These are growths. It's like, again, non-cancerous growth. It grows in the muscle of your womb, the uterus. You can see here that this person has got a large number of them, and that's what typically happens. You usually don't find one fibroid. There's usually, these are like tennis balls, little tennis balls growing in your muscle of the womb. These are benign, they can be removed. The sad part is that they make you bleed a lot, and they may also affect your fertility, meaning that you may not be able to bear children. There's a condition called endometriosis, which is when the lining, the pink part of your womb, of the uterus, when the pink part of your uterus gets out into the outside the peritoneum, it causes a lot of pain. A lot of women, especially these days, maybe because of stress, there's some familial predisposition in families, and maybe some blood types. Women can experience more dysmenorrhea. Some people can have more endometriosis than others. Can be very debilitating, can also lead to structural damage on the inside and cause infertility at the time when you want to conceive. So it's quite a painful disease. So I just want to spend some time on this, what is called personal best practices. As young people who come to university, Suzanne spoke about relationships. You know, we don't have to equate a relationship to being sexual. So my message to young people, you know, and it's something that many of us don't even want to speak about. And we think that, well, no one is listening, but we should speak about it because there are benefits. You know, women need to know that, you know, they are in charge of their bodies, and you should not be put under pressure to have sex just because my friend is doing it, or you're trying to secure a relationship with a guy or whoever else you are having a partner with at the expense of your body. Science has shown that if you start early and have sexual intercourse, you are increasing your risk of cervical cancer. So the earlier you start, the number of partners you are likely to end up with, and you are increasing not only the risk of cervical cancer, but you know that the number of partners is associated with a lot of STIs. The painful thing about these STIs is that they are usually silent. By the time you actually get that very florid discharge, things have really gone bad. Most of the STIs are silent. They destroy your tubes. And by the time you know it, your tubes are blocked. And then we say you are infertile and you cannot have children. I cannot overemphasize this. Even your leader said, let's graduate healthy. And it brings me to this point. Always use condoms. If you are not going to abstain and you are going to have sex, I left out this issue of soul ties, which is very emotional. You know, you can imagine if you are at 6, you come to varsity at 18, you have your first boyfriend. By the time, and he leaves you out, maybe by the time you qualify, maybe you might have 4 boyfriends. You know each one personally, you know their story, you've given your life to them. And this entity is not also explored in great detail, but it is real. By the time you settle at the age of 30, say you get married at 30, you would have gone through about 10 guys. And really, I don't know. I think it's an entity that you young people need to speak more about. It is real, and we really need to explore that. The issue of condoms, as I mentioned, if you are going to have sex, please use condoms. They prevent STIs. I mentioned that the STIs can be silent. They destroy your tubes. By the time you want to bear children, the commonest, in our setting in South Africa, the commonest cause of infertility is blocked tubes. Women that have had unprotected sex, they've had silent STIs. And by the time now you want to bear children, either your tubes are blocked, you end up with what is called an ectopic pregnancy because the tubes are blocked, or else you're going to not even fall pregnant at all. I don't want to even go into the effects of unwanted pregnancy. Do remember that much as TOP is allowed, and it can be saved through the mechanisms that are allowed by government and state, it does have its own repercussions emotionally. We know of women who cannot bear children subsequently because they had TOP and all of that. Having a child while still at varsity has got repercussions out of marriage. By the time you settle in your marriage, it may not be from the same father, and all the repercussions of bringing a child into a marriage. And these are the things that I think we need to speak seriously to the young people. It may look very kosher on TV. You see celebrities falling pregnant out of wedlock and all of that. And I'm not being judgmental. But by the time you want to marry and you have a child, or you're marrying someone with a child, that is a different dynamic into a relationship. And young people don't want to speak about this, but it's a reality. So really condoms will help you a great deal. They'll prevent STIs, they'll prevent an unwanted pregnancy, they'll prevent even cervical cancer, because the agent called HPV is one of the STIs, can be prevented by condoms. You can also, if you are going to use any form of contraception, and I'm aware that there is a talk that's coming just now on contraception, of all the methods which are all good and very reliable, and we promote what is now called LAC, which is long-acting reversible contraception like Depo, IUCD, or Implanon. All of them have got good benefits, but oral contraceptive pill, the usual pill, that we are used to has been shown also to prevent cysts. If you use them for a minimum of 5 years, it's been shown that in the long run, it can protect you from ovarian cancer. That's the one I was speaking about, that you can time or schedule your periods and bleed as and when you want, obviously under the instruction of your health practitioner. It also reduces the painful menstrual menses, dysmenorrhea that you get on a monthly basis. So there's a lot of benefits from the oral pill. And if you are having sex, use condoms and use the pill together. It's what we now call dual methods of contraception, which means you are using something plus you are using condoms. Condoms should be used, whether you are in Planon or not, whether you are on IUCD, there must be a backup of condoms. Our approach now when it comes to contraception is what is called dual protection, because everything else can prevent a pregnancy, but only one thing can prevent an STI or even HPV that causes cervical cancer. Speaking of cervical cancer, we should, once you are sexually active, about 3 years from the time when you started, have regular pap smears. The guidelines differ as to whether you are in private practice or whether you are in state. State says every 10 years, unless you are HIV positive, living with HIV, then you should have your pap smears done on a very more frequent basis. All women should learn how their breasts feel like. Regular self-breast examination. This should be done just immediately after your periods, when your breasts are not engorged and they are not tender. You lie on your bed and you feel what is inside of your breast. You'll feel like this. Usually when you squeeze like this, there's usually like two lumps, and those are normal. But you should not actually be squeezing. You should be feeling with the flat of your hand. And you'll get used to, when you pick up, if something happens or a growth starts, you'll be able to pick it up early. And like all cancers, if you pick them early, better is the outcome. And once again, just in closing, if you feel anything on your body, whether pains or your periods, anything that you feel is not usual or is not familiar with you, please seek help early as soon as you can. Do not delay. A lot of things can be prevented. Even the discharge that you do not, I don't want to underplay this issue of these silent discharges. They are the ones that go into damage if untreated. If the STIs are untreated, they are the ones that damage your tubes. Yeah, I think on that note, I would stop there. Thank you. Back to you, Chair. Prof. Mazibuko, I'm done.
Can we take maybe about 5 minutes for questions and comments? Because I think I've seen 1 or 2 comments on the chat.
How can health sector be encouraged to use language that is more inclusive? For example, the use of people who menstruate instead of women menstruating. Can you please touch on the myths that associate contraception from a young age and long-term use and TOP of pregnancy with inability to conceive? I'll start with the last one about the myths regarding contraception. Most methods of contraception are very safe and reversible, meaning that at the time when you want to fall pregnant, there will be no delay. What happens is when you use, for example, the oral contraceptive pill, or you are using the depot, chances are that people are not also using condoms. You would have heard me say, whatever you use, please use condoms. So it's not a myth. There is an association between using people who were using depot and subsequently took a little bit of time to return to normal menses and normal fertility regular, and being able to conceive at the time when they want. But sometimes what then happens is that when you were using depot, you were not using a condom. And because of that, you were then exposed to the STIs and the tubes are now blocked. People will then blame depot or they will blame the pill. And yet it was not that caused the delay or the inability to conceive. what happened is that you were exposed to the STIs, and therefore your tubes were blocked. Most of the time when we look at women that have used the contraception of whatever hormonal contraception, and we look closely, it's not the inability to release the egg, it is the tubes that are blocked that are unable to carry the egg to meet the sperm, and then you cannot conceive. The all-inclusive, the second part of the question, the all-inclusive language, I think it's a matter of education. And you might find that some terms are used in some sectors more freely and more correctly in their own mind. A lot of things are changing. What people, just a simple one would be like HIV infected women as opposed to women living with HIV. Those type of terms, not every health person or health practitioner is aware of being language appropriate. And much is being said, yes, in the literature. And I think it just takes a lot of re-emphasis and a lot of education of the health practitioners.
Thank you, Prof. There is a comment question on the chat from Ayanda Kumalo. I'm not sure if you can see it on your side.
Is that not the one I spoke about, Prof?
Oh, the language. Oh, sorry, I missed the language part of it. The first part. If you've answered it, then can move
yes,
on.
I
did.
Okay. Yes, I did.
Okay, I missed the first part. Thank you.
Yeah.
May I check if there are hands in the house? There will be hands, Prof, just now. Can I take the? Yeah, please. Can you, in that order, please you go first, and Paul.
Good morning again. This question, I think it's posed to Ms. Suzanne Stokes, as she talked about engaging in myself within, just to get to know myself better and improve in other factors that are around me. But I think we should not ignore the fact that I am made by the factors around me and the people around me, as well as the background in Kamwagyon. And sex talks being a taboo, especially to the older generation that is raising us, I think it's becoming rather a problem because students are not exposed to having normal conversations with their parents. And as a result, us ourselves within our small groups, we must, and I think we must engage in such talks. And how can we now strike those conversations within ourselves, around ourselves, and also have that conversation at home with the parents, especially as they consider sex talks as taboo. Thank you.
Take the second one, Prof. You respond and then you move.
Hi again, my name is Mpho. When Professor Mutsidisi spoke about abstaining for as long as possible, it came to me that children at the age of 11 are already sexually active, and we are talking about it here at varsity level. What are we doing about those children in primary school who are already sexually active? Yeah, I wanted to talk.
May I ask Prof to respond? Then we'll take another set of questions.
Yeah, it's very true what the young lady has said. Unfortunately, the system we have is really fragmented into silos. And much as one would want to reach the young people, and a lot has been said, Prof. Mazibuko is in that space of social sciences, where really the issue is not so much even what we teach in front of the people, but societal issues. The earlier we prompt a young mind, the earlier we are corrupting it. And that is why people don't realize why the age of periods has come down. Our grandmothers menstruated at the age of 18, but today our young people are menstruating at the age of 12 and so, 9 even. It's because what they see on social media, what they see on TV, is prompting and priming their internal organs, and then they start early. Once obviously, then the girl is primed mentally, the emotions are primed, and they start engaging as early as possible. People have criticized the school program, LO, life orientation, and saying, if you show a 9-year-old or whatever, boy, 12-year-old, a penis and a condom, what are you saying? Is this encouraging them to go and explore, or is it empowering them to say, when you go out there, this is how you apply a condom? So, and all of these have got a lot of social debates. We will never be able to say, yes, these are science has shown or studies have shown whether when you do that, you are actually increasing or making children more to explore further and so forth. We will not stop talking about this adversity. So basically, I think trying to answer you to say, yes, that's why I said, even with abstinence, let's preach it. There might be a 16-year, 17-year-old who came to varsity as a virgin. She should not feel under pressure. We need to continue to preach these messages, and there will be takers, yes, not many, and others will ridicule and others will do whatever. But definitely we need, I think, just coming as a summary of what is needed is a comprehensive approach between all sectors, not just the school system, not just the health system. What about DSD, Department of Social Development, and all of those? And there needs to be some CODESA, a big meeting that says, what do we do with our young people? And what is it that, and the media too, what is it that SABC won? I say one of the most dangerous channels for me, for the young people, is SABC One, and all the things that are there. I can say that on public media, I'm sorry, but for me, it's really a fact. We are corrupting our young people too early with the things we show them on SABC One.
Thank you. The next set of hands.
Okay. Hi. My question was based on Ms. Stokes, Suzanne Stokes. I was not sure whether to proceed with the question, since the last speaker we didn't have, or we weren't open to the table. Like, can I proceed with the question with regards to Ms. Stokes?
If you don't mind, can I just ask, take questions for Prof. Smith-Tan?
Okay,
yes,
thanks.
Then we move on. We're going to have another Q&A session. For Prof. Smith-Tan, please, can I take more questions over to you, and then over there? There'll be 3 more, Prof. Thank you. Then we can move on, colleagues.
Greetings again. My question is so Prof. What happens if maybe I don't know what my breast is supposed to feel like, and then I come across information like you have presented, and then I see that maybe I did have a problem like this, but then there's nothing now. Do I go to the nurses and say, I had a problem like this? Is there are there alternate tests, like maybe to check breast cancer besides that, like
examination?
Yes.
Should I answer now, Prof, or wait for the 3 questions?
I asked that to wait for the 3 questions, 2 more.
Hi everyone, my name is Nowetemba Molase. I'm the chairperson for the Positive Living at Westfield campus. Prof, the question that I have is, there is a rumor going around that if you are a woman who was maybe intimate with a guy who has STI, so if you take a cold shower or maybe bath with cold water after being intimate with a guy who has STI, then the chances of getting STI decreases. So how true is that? Thank you.
The last question. Maybe let me take the 2, because there's also more. You want to say something?
It's a question.
Okay, I'll take the last 2. The next one was a lady again. Okay, you can go You can go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. And it's nice having Prof giving the presentation. I have a question for Prof, and this regards to the comprehensive education that we get and in these settings to speak of the marginalized communities. And I also just want to know, based on Prof's experience when it comes to sexual reproductive health and people living with disabilities. You know, we've had cases of patients who come in and present and they're deaf, right? And then there's the communication barrier. And maybe with basic sign language, you're able to communicate with that patient. And you get to understand that they don't have an understanding of the HIV virus. They don't have a basic understanding of all of this, the breast examinations that you talk of, you know, all this comprehensive education. So I think my question is more of how do we really tackle that, and what has been some of the studies around the space of female health in terms of the marginalized communities, particularly the marginalized groups of the people living with disabilities. And yeah, thank you.
Over to you, Prof.
Yes, thank you, Prof. Mazibuko, and thanks, colleagues, for those very interesting questions. So the first lady asked about what are the alternatives to self-breast examination, and if you felt anything and it disappeared, do you still have to worry? So as I said, it's important to feel your breast at the end of your periods, because that's when you are unlikely to feel unnecessary messes. Because when you are having periods or just before, your breast will engorge, it will swell a bit, and you will feel even the normal tissue will feel a little painful. So you wait until then. You will have to feel yourself. There is a normal little lump inside your breast, that's breast glands. But you should not feel anything outside of it. So if you felt a lump, it could have been a lymph node, it could have been maybe a small abscess, but it disappeared. If it disappeared, it's a good sign. So you don't have to worry. What we worry about is something that is persistent and that stays there. Now, the thing about breast cancer is that it's also slow growing. The things that are faster will be maybe a breast abscess that will grow faster, and it will be even more painful. So you won't even have a chance to wait. You will present early in that instance. Are there alternatives? Yes, there is something called a mammogram. We don't encourage it in young women. So the guideline is that we start in older women around the age of 45. We can go earlier if there is a family history of breast cancer, or up to, depending on when the first member of the family was affected. In young women, we don't quite encourage it, because you are going to pick up a lot of dense tissue because of your mammary glands, which is the breast glands. So the mammogram is very insensitive. It's unlikely to pick up problems in young people, but it will definitely pick up problems in older women. So all we can say for young women is please do examine your own breast, and also be alert with what is going on in your family. Breast cancer is one of those that runs in families. So if you have an affected first degree mother or cousin, that's when you should also be on the alert. The second question was about STIs and cold showers. I don't want to say that there was an issue politically. One of our political leaders did that and was criticized for many years for saying that after whatever happened, he took a shower. It's a myth, as you called it, rightly so. No amount of washing anything. Of course, if you wash, you may reduce the volume load of the semen or whatever. But when you have sex, your organs are stimulated, the tissues are ready to receive. So the chances are that no amount of water can wash off, because the sperm and all the organisms that you don't want there, the hojas that you don't want there, they probably have already arrived at the place where they are going to cause damage. So do not just rest on your laurels and say, no, I took a shower, or I went into a hot bath and I burned the organisms away. It doesn't work. So the long and short, no, it's a myth, and that's what it is. The last question was about the marginalized community and, you know, how much of what we have can help them. And I do take the point. I haven't done much research, or I'm not aware of much findings regarding the marginalized in terms of the disabilities, you know, those who cannot see, those who cannot hear. I know of some research that talks about marginalized in terms of, you know, our foreign immigrants. For example, there are studies, one of them at Addington, about women that we cannot get through in terms of language barrier, the Mozambicans and people like that. So studies have looked at that. But I guess it falls under the same ambit where you're talking about inability to get through the message to certain people, either because they cannot read or what you've written, or they cannot see. But for the maybe the ones that cannot hear, there are most of the time most of our information is not just said. In our clinics, we do have charts, we do have flipboards where, you know, they can read the messages. We try, Department of Health makes a lot of effort to translate this into Zulu or local languages, depending on the province and all of that. So there are attempts, they are minuscule probably, they are not reaching all the targets, but there are efforts to recognize that we have to speak to people in the language they understand, whether it's Braille for those who cannot see or whoever, you know. So yeah, point is taken. We still have a long way to cover all of that. Yeah.
Thank you for those responses, Prof. May I check at this point, well, we're going to have another QA. May I check if Ms. Fina Kotsang is available? She had load shedding challenges. Organizers.
She'll be the last speaker now.
She'll be the last speaker
Yes.
now. Thank you. May I then move on to Sinazo Sobekwa, the clinic sister, who will be presenting on family planning. Over to you. I understand she's with us. Thank you very much, Professor.
Thank you. I'm just answering one message on the chat.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Gonna help me? Good day, everyone. It's actually a day, almost a day. Thank you, Prof, for this opportunity. I'm even scared to introduce myself because already nurse's attitude is just on point today. So I am Sinazo Sobekwa. I am a professional nurse. I am based in Howard College. I promise you, I'm one of the good ones. Oh, okay.
It's not showing on Zoom, so just.
Is it not showing?
Yeah.
Just a minute. It's this one.
No, that's on this. Give us now.
Okay. Okay, today I will just be talking about family planning, basically what we provide at UKZN. I know there's quite a lot of contraceptives that we use in South Africa at large.
But in KZN, we do have the oral contraceptives. I'm sure some of the things I'll be talking about, Prof has already alluded on those. And then we do have those oral contraceptives that most of you are familiar with. Also, the injectables, which are your depots, the 3 months injections, and the ones you get for 2 months, we have those. And there's this implant that everyone doesn't want to talk about that we are trying to actually advocate for, that actually works as, it basically has the same hormone as those injectables, but it's just inserted just under your skin on your arm for 3 years. It's actually one of the options that we actually want to talk about, and we're trying to actually get students to start on. It's a few clinics that actually insert the implant on, but mine, fortunately, it's one of those clinics in Howard that actually provide the implant on. I'm sure you're familiar with the intrauterine contraceptive device, the IUD that you guys call a loop. We unfortunately don't have that one, but the other public clinics that are local should have that. We do refer because at the end of the day, it's a student's decision on which type of contraceptives they want to use. So you do come, we give you an advice. If most of the time they've Googled, so they come and they actually would tell you that this is what they prefer. But at the end of the day, we still need to do an assessment and check even your medical history, treatment you're on, and those kind of things. Then we decide with you. We don't force you. We actually decide with you that this is the better plan for you, and give a whole talk on that, because anything that you take in your body has got side effects. Even a mere Panado can make you, can give you those minor side effects. So we try to talk about those kind of side effects so that you don't give up early on contraceptives, because it's like making a decision. You know, when you can plan when you want to have family, because you don't want to plan having family when you're a student. You want to plan having a family when you're settled, you have your own money and you have your own things. So it's actually kind of building up your self-confidence. That's why we talk so much about contraceptives. So also the pregnancy tests. You can come to our clinic and actually ask for a pregnancy test. You don't have to be sick for us to actually do that. You can walk in and just test, ask for a test. We do it. Sorry, I'm actually not moving. Sorry. Okay. So as you come in with should those results be positive, you come with a decision. We'll literally ask you whether, are you planning? Have you thought if your results are going to be positive, what you're going to do? Should you decide to keep the baby, we will refer you to your local clinic, whatever clinic that is close to your res or at your hometown, whatever clinic you prefer, public clinic. Unfortunately, we don't provide antenatal services in our clinics. And should you decide that, okay, no, you want to terminate the pregnancy, we will refer you to the nearest hospital or the clinics that actually offer the TOP termination. And also with that, usually students that have decided to terminate, it's a few that actually decide to, when they decide to keep the babies, that they'll require counseling. So because we have student counselings in our varsity, in our campuses, we do make those referrals or do those suggestions that talk to someone, don't go through this alone. And after that, they'll usually come back and for contraceptives. And okay, with the HIV as well, because once you start on contraceptives, we'll really, not because we're curious or want to know your news, but we do encourage HIV testing. I mean, it's basic. We know that you've probably especially if you've tested pregnancy positive, we know that you actually were having sex without protection. So we do really encourage those HIV tests. And fortunately, the AIDS program, we have them in our offices, so you don't have to walk such a long distance. It's literally just next door. You don't have to walk long distances for you to go test for HIV. And also with the emergency contraceptives, I hope it's visible there. Okay, we do have the emergency contraceptives that you use within the 72 hours of you had unprotected sex. You come in, you ask for that emergency contraceptives, but we still talk about how you shouldn't abuse this type of contraceptives because of the side effects that it has in your body. So obviously we will talk to you about future contraceptives because we don't want to use this as a normal contraceptive. So with regards to probably health talks and all of that, because now everything that was asked was based on students are really scared. They are scared to talk to us about such things, but I don't know, maybe us, well, we're not the age group, but we're not that old, but they really talk and you're shocked. You're like, oh, you're honest, you're so open. Let's talk. And then bring your boyfriend. Have you done HIV with your boyfriend? It's such things that you actually talk about with students, like they should feel, we try to make them feel like they're talking to their friends. It's so unfortunate that they're being judged somewhere. I just hope it's not at UKZN because we try by all means. So we do also have these, the AIDS program would have, like the resident assistants would have these events that they invite us to, and we'll go later in the evenings through Zoom. We try to talk to students about these things. And actually, I am proud to say that we've seen that even as statistics when it comes to contraceptives, it's just that I don't have it here, but we've seen that there's so much improvement. And actually, even first years coming in requesting these contraceptives, and we find out they actually are sexual active already. And we take pride in that. I hope next time when I come, we will present the statistics, that's some sort of evidence to show you that, guys, we're not so bad people. We're trying so hard. Yeah. Okay. And with the management of sexual transmitted infection, Prof has said a lot about that. You come with your symptoms, we treat your symptoms. Luckily, our antibiotics, they treat everything because we can't really say, oh, you have this kind of STI. We literally treat every STI that you can think of. As long as you have symptoms, we will treat those symptoms for you. But the only thing that we're only struggling with is getting your partners to come through with you being treated. Sometimes, or most of the times, another partner won't have symptoms, but we do encourage that you bring your partner with. That partner needs to get treated as well, because there are those STIs that won't show symptoms, maybe not immediately, but never at all. But it's always safer that you get treated as well as a partner who has a partner that actually been treated for STIs. So otherwise you have people that when they partners say, I don't have symptoms, you're the one sick. And they go back and sleep with the same partner and they still come back. And when you check on the file, you're like, I've been asking you, babes, that please bring this boyfriend. If it's not around, can I just take a snapshot? Because there's these cards that we give the partners that has been tested positive. There's a card that you give them so that they can take a snapshot, or they take it with if the partner can reach the facility. And the most important contraceptives that we forget about, because everything that we talk about is always about ladies, women, love yourself, girl, all of that. But we forget about condoms and males, that also they need to take responsibility. I understand that there are people that want to be accepted by community, like there are girls who actually not peer pressure, but they just can't negotiate safe sex with their partners. But if we can also get males to actually take initiative and say, baby, let's please use a condom. We're not ready for kids. Yes, you're on contraceptives, but we don't want you to get HIV. We don't want you to get STIs and all of that, because we believe that when you get to a university, you're also discovering yourself. You don't know what type of guys you like. You don't know if you have a type. So you're not sleeping around, but trying to just find out what type of people you actually enjoy your life with. So it's always encouraged that even males should take initiative and actually advocate for condoms as well. And with the HIV management, because the AIDS program is helping us with HCT, with this HIV counseling and testing. And fortunately now we don't have to wait for, I remember back in the days, you would have to wait for your CD4 count to actually drop for you to get ARVs. So it's a test and treat situation now. So as immediately you get tested positive, you start on ARVs. You don't have to wait for symptoms or anything like that. So, but unfortunately with us, we don't have that service of initiating ARVs on site. We do work along with, because of the lab services, the university hasn't, I understand that negotiations on how we can access the labs. I don't know if it's due to finances or what, but hopefully in future it will just work out, because it really bothers us that we can't do that and we actually can do something about it. But the only thing that we provide is this program that when you're on ARVs and you are stable on your ARVs, you've been taking them, I think, for 6 months to 12 months, and then they discharge you to a program that they call CCMDD, where you actually can collect your medication from a pharmacy of your choice. There's list. We actually take pride into saying that in Howard College, we're also one of the collection sites with the CCMDD. Now students can collect their ARVs from our clinic, from the department. It's new. I remember I think it was back then it was canceled and now it's back on. So I think we're trying to get other campuses as well to actually do that, just to offload the clinics, the public clinics. And that is that with HIV. Also the preventative and promotive health information is the one I was telling you about those health talks that we get invited to. Most of the times, you know, our challenge is one when we have to actually have these talks with these young girls and boys, and it's just time, because we understand that during the day they're in classes, and when you do Zoom meetings during the day, you get a few, or others are just online. If it's at night, others are just online. But at least now the COVID regulations have been dropped a little. So no, we do have access, but it's the time still, because we have to use our own resources now to go to these resis and talk. And hopefully there will be something done about that we do have access after hours to students at residence, because that is the right time to actually talk to them. And then also we do get students that come in with sexual assaults. Some assaults are not merely by maybe sugar daddies or anything outside campus. It's some of them actually their friends. Maybe they were drunk and they thought you were flirting, girl, you were flirting with me. I thought you wanted it, you know, such things. And unfortunately, there are students who don't want to open cases because they're thinking, my best friend, Ish, I forgive you. But if they decide that they don't want to lay charges, we still treat them. And for STIs, we check the pregnancies, anything you can think of that related. Also, we do contact student counseling because they do go through counseling as well. And fortunately, with students in campuses, they know about student counseling. Usually when you ask if you know about student counseling, they would know, but yeah, it's just to press on that because you don't want them, don't want such things to actually affect their academics as well. And if they do decide that they want to open a case, there are hospitals that we refer to that actually help out for free, even private hospitals that we actually refer these students to that give this service for free. Yes, I think my presentation was not long. And that, so I know there is this part I just want to talk about. So there is, because I said in the beginning that I feel so sad that the attitude of nurses is so bad that everyone is just talking about it. We're not denying that. So there was a question about whether nursing students could be closer to somewhere where they can be taught that. I think there's a question right there. So you know what, it's unfortunate because when you're in nursing school, there is a module on ethics that you do in your third year. And when you're a nurse and you're doing your postgrad, they actually are other ethics that you do. So I think that's also that youth-friendly services. Fortunately, I was one person that was trained on that, youth-friendly services. There's actually a program that the Department of Health is providing to nurses to be a champion into doing that. So I assume that this is also on the pipeline that my boss was actually saying the other day, that he wants to get everyone trained on youth-friendly services. And also because sometimes we don't know that we've treated you so bad. And there's also a complaint box. So if there are no complaints coming into our facilities, then everyone is going to think they're doing a good job. So I'd like to encourage everyone that if there is, you were not treated right, don't be scared. You don't have to write your name. You don't have to write anything, maybe your cell phone number. If it's something you really need to talk about with that person and the boss. But I really would like to encourage everyone, if you were treated bad, please write it down so that we fix ourselves. We will hear, yes, on campus, I don't like that one. I like that one. Whenever I'm in the clinic, I want to be seen that by that specific person. But also you must remember that, imagine if you were all wanted to be seen by that specific person. Now it's a lot of job for her. Instead of I think we can also fix the other person if those complaints can come in. Some sort of evidence that this person, it's not just a rumor. This person has been doing this and that, treating people bad. I think let's just complain. Let's just write it down. Okay, I will end there. Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much, Sister Sinazu. I think your presentation was very enlightening, and probably during the Q&A session, we may give more substance or pointers to the concerns or what defines harsh treatment and judgmental treatment. You don't necessarily have to mention names. Sometimes it could be these kinds of stereotypes and behaviors that are part of the intergenerational behaviors or perceptions. May I at this point check with the organizers if Ms. Girsang is available? Is she available now? Ufina?
Yes, Prof.
Okay, can we connect Ufina? Yes. Is she virtual? Virtual. Yes, thank you. Pina, can we welcome you to this Indaba? Can you take the podium and address us? Welcome. We are aware that you are also going through load shedding.
My power has just been restored. Thank you.
Yes.
So that's the one thing that we know about ESCOM. They are consistent in, scheduling these power cuts, but also doing it right on time. So that's something we can learn from them. When they say 8 to 10, it does become 8 to 10. And so thank you very much for the invite, and I've managed to listen to most of the presentations, and I am happy that as a country we are having these conversations. They are important conversations to have because we live in a country where young people right now are trying to find their position, and they are trying to also exercise their rights. And so they do that within an environment that sometimes is not enabling for them, especially exercising their rights, their sexual reproductive health and rights. There's many debates about that particular position that young people are assuming in terms of exercising their sexual reproductive health and rights. And I think even on this platform today, one or two comments were made around young people's rights. So I want to start by saying, we need to, sorry, I'm from the Soul City Institute because I think I didn't introduce myself. So my name is Fina Kodisang. I am the CEO of the Soul City Institute for Social Justice. And maybe many people know Soul City from the time when we used to do TV drama, where we were using edutainment to educate, our communities around many health-related issues, including HIV, including prevention, but also a bit of advocacy around gender-based violence. If you remember the Tabang and Matlakala story, where Patrick Shai played an abusive husband, who beat his wife, and how the community at the end rallied behind the wife because they saw that keeping silent is also a violation, and so they took action. But because today we are talking about sexual reproductive health and rights, and we are also talking about positive living, but also how, in general, sexual reproductive health needs to be positioned. I want to say a few things to young people. As a young person myself, so at the age of 19, when I was still at varsity, I had my first child. And the first question that I got asked was, why didn't you use protection? But at that time, I had thought I was using protection because I saw myself handing a condom to my then partner and him putting it on. But I was not aware that there was something called stealthing that happened, and I don't know if young people know stealthing, but stealthing is the removal of a condom during the act, So this being my first boyfriend, me being excited about having a boyfriend and thinking I'm doing the right and responsible thing to, consenting to sex where condom is used, I didn't have any worries because at that time I understood that I'm there at university to pursue a career and not necessarily to come and make babies. So then we use this condom, and at the end of the act, the condom is not there. And he says, look, I removed it. I just couldn't help myself. And so I came to know only now when I'm doing the job that I'm doing that in actual fact, there was a violation of my body because I had said yes, but my yes had a condition. My yes was based on the fact that there is a condom that is being used. So when the condom was removed, it changed the contract that we had signed between us. and signed, not necessarily on paper, but an agreement that we made as two consenting adults that we are going to have sex, but sex is going to be protective because we are going to use a condom. So what am I saying? I'm saying we exercise agency, but we also live within an environment that enables violations of us exercising those rights as young women. You know, so our no as young women is a no, and we need to know that, and we need to say no and say it with conviction. But also our yes, you know, must be respected, because if I say yes, but I put conditions to the yes that I'm giving, if those are not, if my yes is violated, then I have been violated. So when we need to be clear about what consent is and what is involved in terms of consent, especially I think our young male counterparts, they seem not to understand the concept that consent must be given at every stage. So if I say yes to kissing, I'm not saying yes to you going all the way. If you go all the way and somewhere I'm enabling, but I then say no, you need to know that at that point, you must stop, because I have now said no and I have changed my mind, and I am allowed to change my mind. So that's something that people grapple with, the understanding of what consent is, you know. So we need to be clear about what consent is. But also, we need to give sexual education that does not control the choices that young people, especially young women, make for themselves. And we don't need to make them feel bad or wrong about those decisions and those choices. So if an 18-year-old decides that they are ready and they feel emotionally prepared or physically prepared to enter into sexual intercourse, that is a decision that must be respected. The thing we need to do is to give them information about how to be safe in that decision, meaning condom use must be something that is spoken about. They must be able to go, and if they ended up having unprotected sex, they must be able to go to a facility and get PrEP, PEP, post prophylaxis, and also get emergency contraceptive. And should they happen to be pregnant, they should be allowed to go and get an abortion. And I know the discussion is one that is really an uncomfortable one in a context of South Africa, where we are guided mostly by a lot of moral values, you know, from a religion perspective. But health is not religion. You know, health is different. And so decisions about our health should not be made from a moral point of view, but from a health point of view. We also need to talk to young women about pleasure, because sex is not only about procreation. It's not only about wanting to make babies, you know, so there must be some discussions that we have about what pleasurable sexual intercourse looks like, and how young women should be able to be in relationships where they are also finding pleasurable intercourse, not that it's a duty that they must perform, because we see that a lot of sex and even the language that is used mostly by young men is about them taking from young women. You know, it's a belief that they are the ones who are taking. The kind of language that is used, you know, there is a violation even in its form, you know, the way it is said, smashing, and how I think it was on the podcast with Jub that we saw this language of smashing coming through, indicating the violent nature that sex is associated with. Sex is a pleasurable thing, and we must also teach young people to say yes to pleasure, and they must not be judged for those decisions. We also need from a young age to teach about good and bad touch, because when young in South Africa, we live in a country that is considered amongst the highest, ranking high in terms of rape, right? The rape culture that we have. And so if we don't help young people and children differentiate between a touch that is appropriate and a touch that is inappropriate, we will find young people being violated without them recognizing that this is a violation. So the notion that when we give education, we are prompting young people to start wanting to have sex, I disagree with it, because we live in a country where from a young age, young people are being violated. Studies, many of them have proven that for young people, mostly in South Africa, their first sexual intercourse is through coercion. So we can't deny that young people need to know this information as young as 10, as young as 11, especially where you see a country where we report high numbers of children who are giving birth. Last year, we saw a number, many studies, in fact, many reports that were given through different platforms where we were talking 10 to 14-year-old giving birth, even though we were not calling it statutory rape as a country, because we are not yet comfortable with naming things what they really are. But statutory rape exists, and we need to handle it and deal with it, because we still live in communities where cultural practices like ukuthwala are still prominent. And so when we deal with those kind of cultures, when we live in those kind of societies, it goes without saying that we need to empower young people with information that will help them know that when they are being wronged and when they should actually reach out for help. But I also want to say on the other side, as much as these rights are there and we are encouraging young people to exercise them, the responsibility that comes with rights, young people, also puts the responsibility in your hands. It takes it from just being something that is provided as a right, but it puts it in your hands as something that you have a responsibility to enable for yourselves. So there are 6 points that I want to raise as things that young people need to make sure they do to ensure their own rights are protected and exercised, their reproductive health and rights, right? So 1, talk to your partner about the sexual relationship that you have. Do you want to be in a relationship where there are multiple partners? What are the implications of that? Is it the right type of relationship for you mentally, emotionally? Do you want to be in that risk of possible multiple partners where maybe some partners are not using a condom? And what does that look like for you personally? So 1, talk to your partner about the type of sexual relations you want to have in your relationship. Number 2, for young women, and I think even young men, use contraception. Yesterday was International Contraception Day. So we learned about the different methods that are there, why we need to use those methods, and how we can access them. Using condoms consistently is part of contraception, dental dams also. So we need to put the responsibility in both the male and the female. And we spoke about the female condom and the advantages of it. So it's no longer the responsibility of the male to bring the condom, to the act. Both of us have the responsibility to carry those condoms and to use them without fail. Number 3, being aware of how alcohol and drugs lowers our inhibitions and affect our decision-making. Young people explore a lot with this alcohol and drugs, and most of them find themselves compromised because at that moment when you are high and you've drunk, you've taken a lot of alcohol, your decision-making is not the best at that moment. So be aware of that, and how can you then make sure that you protect yourself against abusing alcohol and then being violated when you don't know or you don't even see because you are so drunk or so high. Number 4, get tested, know your status, get get tested regularly for HIV and know your status, but also for STIs. Professor, I think Matsiriso spoke about, how STIs can impact on your fertility. So as young as you are and you still want a life where one day you are a parent, make sure that you don't today, destroy that future that you plan to have. The 5th point is that it's always best to limit the number of sexual partners. I know relationships start and fail, and you are allowed, it's your right to keep trying having a relationship because maybe one day you'll find the one that works. But limit the number of sexual partners that you have for many reasons that have been stated on this platform. So all I want us to note as I wrap up is that we do have these rights. They are enshrined in the constitution of our country. Bodily autonomy is a right we have. A right of choice is a right we have, but we have the responsibility. And I don't think most of us exercise our responsibility to make sure that we protect ourselves. Of course, you can't protect yourself from being raped. You can try, but that's something that is beyond your control. So I really want us to make sure that the choices we make, are choices we can live with, and are choices that when we look back, we won't have regrets. And so as a teen mom, as much as I love my 25-year-old right now, at that time, I wish I had not been engaged in a relationship that would change and alter, my outlook on life, because that right was taken away from me, a right to choose when I have a child. I could have chosen to abort, but at that time, I just decided, okay, maybe I just need to have this child. But you don't have to go through the same. If something has gone wrong, clinics are there. They are supposed to offer these services for free. And if they are not offering them for free, the sister just spoke about the ways you can complain, because we need to exercise even our rights to complain when we are not provided what we need to be provided. So I will stop here, and thank you very much for inviting me to this necessary conversation. And I pray that these are the conversations that we will have even in our homes with our siblings and parents as well, would create platforms where we talk about, sexual reproductive health and rights. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Fina, for your presentation. Really, I think you talked to some concepts which we really need to be alive to. I think you touched on consent, you touched on violation, and you touched on entitlement, the way sometimes males feel entitled to women's bodies. The issue of language, when we're discussing that, I even thought about the terminology that sometimes is used. You mentioned other terms, and the whole issue, issue around mutual respect in a sexual relationship, and of course impaired judgment. So thanks, you raised quite a number of important issues, and people may like to comment. I'm sure there will be comments and questions on your presentation. At this point, colleagues, this Fina was our last presenter. May I then request that we go into it's written open dialogue, questions and answers. So we'll just take it as a Q&A session between now up to 10 to 1, and then at about 10 to 1, or they will come in and just share with us about the issue or about the item on posters. But for now, can I open the floor for comments, discussions, or whatever? Not only for FINA, there were other presentations if we still have time. May I give first timers an opportunity, if you don't mind? I'll start here. There was a hand. Can I give that hand at the back? Yes. And then the three of you. Then you, the fourth one. We'll take 4 questions on comments, Fina, and then you respond. Then we take another round. So you can take credit. You go ahead, introduce yourself.
Am I first, right?
Yes, please, you go first.
Thank you very much.
When it comes, when it comes.
Okay, so thank you so much. And I'm Willie Favor, and I'm one of the student counselors in the College of Health Science. And I work predominantly at Boston Public Health. And thank you for today. I think it's been a very, very interesting morning of amazing stuff that surfaced that really does speak very close to my heart. I just want to say thanks to Sister Sanazo. I've had a wonderful opportunity of working with her in nursing. And I just want to share that I think the information that you shared was so critical. And we're working with lots of students, and we happen to know that contraception is an issue that really needs a lot more conversations on. I just want to challenge the aspect about we need to look at small spaces in which we negotiate these critical conversations. You talked about after hours at residences being the ideal time and space. And I don't necessarily agree with that, coming from student support. I think that, yes, we do know that our young people come into UKZN or universities with the main intention of acquiring an education, graduating, and getting out into the world of work. But I also think we must not lose sight of the fact that our young people are at a stage where they are still learning and still discovering lots. And it is an ideal space for us to be able to intervene with them on aspects that are critical to life and life happening to us as human beings. And I want to say that I also don't think that we get the space that we need to engage in these critical conversations. We're constantly fighting for stolen moments, stolen spaces, to be able to bring home to students these critical aspects. That is life-saving. I mean, there were years ago, I remember we talked about wanting our students to graduate alive. I'm so happy that that conversation has changed today, where we're wanting our students to graduate healthily. And that can only happen if we are given equal space to be able to intervene with our students next to the academic aspects, especially when we're talking about retention and throughput. That was the one thing I wanted to quickly share. The second one was I wanted to look at Suzanne's feedback, and I love the fact that we spoke about the psychological impact, and I love the fact that it came up that there is a lot of support in place. But I do want to share that I think it's not known the amount of support that really is in place. And even though we went online over the last 2.5 years, I think our support has quadrupled, if I have to say so. And I think the amount of students that are actually engaging and taking advantage of the support is not doing justice to what's in place. So hopefully this platform here will be able to get the messages out that students who do take up our support, the impact on their well-being psychologically has certainly seen significant shifts in terms of success. So thank you for that.
Thank you for the comments.
Good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity and this platform that you have given us as students. My name is Thembiso Vumisa. I'm a peer educator here at Westfield campus. I will pose a question to Sister Sinazo, the clinical social worker, if I'm not sure. Okay, my question is, how as we, the peer educators, the male peer educators in particular, we encourage our fellow male peers to participate or engage in such activities? You mentioned that you visit residents maybe after hours, but it is visible that most of students that attend these engagements or activities are female students. Of course, it's us peer educators who spend most of the time with the students at residence. I will be happy to hear your advice on this one. Thank you.
Okay. Hi. Hi. Yes. Hi again. Zimele Mkawela here. The Deputy Chairperson of Westfield Branch Peer Educator. Okay. My question is based on the presentation that was made by Susan. Well, we've seen that it is very much beneficial to have friendships and or relationships per se at large. What I was trying to like ask, well, it does actually include some of the information that was given by Miss Fina that side at the like Zoom thing. So what is mostly the innovative part of trying to dissipate this information? Since we are peer educators, we have to be mostly relied on when it comes to dissipating information. What is the innovative way, like using technology in trying to pass on this kind of information that it is important, knowing very well that technology is taking over at this time. So most people rely on their phones or maybe on internet and all that, but it is mostly highly unlikely to have, at this point in time, people having a conversive relationship or conversive talks of such. What way or what advisable manners that we can take or approaches that we can take to try and make people to be like in a space where they can actually negotiate such stuff or try to give support on each other. So like we all know that not always or not every time will always be readily available to anyone and everyone at the time of need. So maybe someone who's closer will always be a greater someone who will assist. In light of their religion, again, we heard of those sayings. Maybe most that I know are from Zulu because I'm a Zulu. Saying "Indoda ayikhali." Most of them they rely on this thing of saying we cannot actually say out our problems as male mostly. We cannot just go out there and give out our problems to people. How do we try and accommodate such people? Thank you.
Hi again. So I basically have 3 questions for Mrs. Sobekwa. Yeah. So my question is, I think you did touch upon the point where students can complain about the service that maybe we get from the health practitioners. So what's my question is, how can you complain, or how can you write a letter or lodge in a complaint over the complaint box while the complaint box is not padlocked? In that case, the health practitioner or the administrator of the hospital can access that box and confiscate that complaint. So how do we come about addressing the issue of an open complaint? And I think this question goes to Mr. Mahlangu and also now Mrs. Nazo. if the institution were to provide self-testing kits, is the institution not risking a life of a student, as the student may not consider being responsible to getting proper health care, such as getting counseling after testing, because providing a student with a self-test kit after obtaining the results, this may lead the student to committing suicide or exposing other students to this disease as a form of revenge. Okay, and so by self-testing, we cannot also obtain the state of HIV, as the victim has not came or seeked for help. And also my main question was addressed by a fellow student, who Mr. Vumisa. It was addressed by Mr. Vumisa, said that we are having issues with male students not attending. And also I did see you touch upon the use of a condom. So basically the reason why we have high teenage pregnancy or people who are exposed more into STIs, it is the lack of education that males do not come in front or do not attend events to actually get proper information on how to use the condom and how to apply it, because in most cases, as there is lack of information, you may use the condom wrongly, and it may last. Let me say that yes soon, and you guys are exposing yourselves to STIs, HIV, and also pregnancy. How do we come up at combating that?
Okay, thank you for the questions and comments. Just to try and manage our little time, can I suggest that our speakers, their questions, Sister Sinazo, you take all the questions that are primarily directed to you, and then Susan, you do the same, and or Ms. Fina, you do the same. You first respond to all the questions that are primarily directed to you, and then we can see if we can have other comments, please. I would, after they've responded, I'll take the last set of comments and questions. Thank you. Over to Sister Snazu.
Oh, okay. There was a question about how peer educators can be involved in the health promotion. So most of the times, we as the clinic, we get invites depending on the resident's needs. So usually if the resident assistants, they see that they have a problem, say of substance abuse, or there's a lot of teenage pregnancies in their residence, they would usually talk to health promoters from the AIDS program, and then they will relay the message to us so that we sort of an invite to us so that we can attend those events. So I assume that because you guys work directly with the health promoters from the AIDS unit, I think those are the right people to actually speak with, because we also get invites from them. I hope I answered your question. Also, the last question was about the complaints box. Our complaints box are actually locked. I also don't have access to the key. Only the head of the department has access to opening the complaints box. But if you still feel some type of way and you probably want to send an email, there is an email for the HOD for the Durban clinics, all campuses, which I can give out. Also, there's actually two. It's there's the one that you can use, that it's campus clinics at ukzn.ac.za. The HOD goes through those emails. Some students do complain on that. Otherwise, the complaint box, we also don't have access to them. They're always locked. It's only him that has access to those boxes.
I think that the second question, she has not answered it. I said if the institution were to provide self-testing kits, is the institution not risking a life of a student? As a student may consider being, as a student may not consider being responsible to getting proper healthcare, such as getting counseling after testing, because providing a student with self-testing kits after obtaining the results, the student may not, this may lead the student to committing suicide or exposing the disease to other students as a form of revenge. By self-testing, we also cannot obtain HIV states if the victim does not take or attend to the issue of HIV.
You can respond, sister.
Yeah, on that question, I will just assume, because I don't really give out self-tests, but I'm sure someone in the panel that does will answer that for you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we will come back to it if it's not answered. May I then ask Ms. Susan to come in? Thanks, sister.
I see Amit has his hand raised. I wonder if he wants to speak to the self-testing, the self-test kits, or something of this of what's been said.
Thanks, Suzanne. Chair, may I go ahead?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you so
Please
much.
go ahead.
Yeah, so I did want to respond to the issue of the self-test kits, because currently at UKZN, they are provided, or we do have them in stock at the HIV and AIDS program offices. And there was a lot of debate around how it would be rolled out and what impact it would have on students, what impact it has on our service delivery, etc. But we did work through the training with DOH. We did look at all the different scenarios that we needed to explore. It is still something that is in, I'd say it's relatively new and in trial, because I think we've been doing it for about 1.5 years now. So we do offer counseling to students, and we do try to do the pre and post counseling, even if it's done virtually. So we offer the option of WhatsApp or Zoom or a call. And as with any other scenario, even if we are meeting, even if we are testing the person in, testing the student in person, there are still risks involved that are beyond our control. What we can do is educate the student and hopefully provide resources to them and access to resources that they would require. For example, the college student support services, and hopefully then that the student would make the right decision. Thanks.
Thank you. I see Fina's hand is up. Please go ahead.
Yes, Prof. I also wanted to touch on the question that has been asked about self-testing. I think we need to encourage positive health seeking. I spoke about knowing your status. Don't wait until you feel sick for you to go and get tested. If you are sexually active and you know that, there have been instances where you have been in a risky sexual relationship, you need to go get tested. But I think the Amit just touched on what I wanted to say in terms of risks are involved even when counseling is provided by a counselor, because the stigma attached to HIV is still a big issue that we are not addressing. Everything else, people are not stigmatized. People can talk freely about their hypertension. They can talk freely about, their diabetes, but HIV is something that is highly stigmatized. And in fact, studies have shown that the self-stigma is even worse in HIV than stigma that comes externally. So I think we cannot say, let's not do self-testing, because there are people who would want, to test themselves in the privacy of their homes and deal with the results themselves. But what we need to encourage and what our system needs to be able to do is to, give those people an opportunity to come back into the mainstream so that they are recorded and then able to take treatment. But if the system is still stigmatizing and people still feel that they are being judged, we won't have people coming through even when they've done their self-test. So what we need to create is an environment where even HIV is something that we freely talk about without people feeling that they are stigmatized and judged.
Thank you, Philip.
Can I also add something on that?
Okay.
Yes.
Please go ahead.
Okay. My name is Bongosa Shezi. I work as an HIV counselor for Howard College Campus Clinic. Yes, we do distribute our self-test kits. And we always make sure that the pre-test counseling is provided when you're distributing a self-test to the client. And I always ensure that it's the regular testers, someone who has tested before, that I give to the test kits. I normally not distribute to first-time testers. And then I always make sure that the clients fill the consent form before receiving the test kits, and always make sure that information is collected, like the contact numbers, so that I'm able to make a follow-up on the client. And I always emphasize that the clients needs to come back for confirmation, because when you do the self-test kits and the results are positive, you have to come back for a rapid test in order to confirm the results. Then if the rapid testing is also giving us the positive results, then we can declare you as HIV positive. So we cannot say the results of the self-test are a final results, especially if they are positive. So I always emphasize that on a client when the client is receiving the test kits.
Thank you. May I ask the second speaker to come in? Susan?
Thank you so
And
much.
I'll try and look for hands turn around.
So I'll address the two questions simultaneously. The questions were speaking to the identity formation back at home, coming to university and being shaped by environments, both back at home and at university, and how are, what innovative and creative ways can we actually share information. So I am, because of my environment, our values, our beliefs are shaped from the time that we are born, and it continuously evolves. The older we get, the more life experience we have. Coming into university, we are also shaped in those spaces, and we also infiltrate those environmental spaces. How can we create conversations, whether it's at home, within our friends, within our family spaces? It's all about opportunity. Prof. Sebutlana spoke about what's on TV. How often are we sitting around the TV box watching something, and we silently see things happening, and those are those minor opportunities that we can amplify or choose to have these difficult conversations. I always say, when you want to talk about something, speak about something small, something easy, and then, create the opportunity to speak about those big tough questions that we usually have. So be the change that you want to see in the world. So if you want to see something change or allow people to have a different response to a situation, create that opportunity by having these conversations. You have a responsibility with this information that you have now at university, that you're gaining from webinars, workshops, peer interactions, to take back home, to take back to your families, your peers, and make these conversations happen. If you're not sure, ask and consult. I mean, there's always someone that knows something. And if you don't know, you know, just keep asking until you get the answers that you need. I was reminded of a metaphor, and it's like you can't take fluff off a jersey with one finger. You know, when there is a challenge, you need two. So when you want to make the change, have your partner in crime in a sense. You know, allow yourself to touch on the resources that's available. I love that Pina's with us from Soul City. I grew up as a Soul City adolescent. I waited for those weekly newspapers so the little cartoon would come out, and I would read about things, and you know, it was a resource. Now you have instant resources. You're an influencer. You can create change in your conversations, through your WhatsApp statuses, on your Instagrams, host mini WhatsApp calls with peers. You know, there's so much that you can do that's innovative and creative. And Rukabizwe spoke about creating those social changes. So he's given you ideas on how to pay it forward, making those significant changes. You have the power of your words and your conversations to, you know, that's your product. Allow that to create that social change. I do hope I addressed everything, and yeah, make those opportunities. Thank you.
I see Prof. Sukana's hand is up. You can come in, Prof.
Madam Chair, thank you. I actually typed the question, but it was aimed at the counselor, HIV counselor. He spoke about people who are regular testers. And I actually got worried right there, because it means that there is a group of our young people who are, as I put it, they're playing with fire, and then you regularly come and see whether you've got a scar or you've got a burnt scar. Because we all know that if we are not using condoms and having regular sex, you will at some point get caught. You know, so I just want to know, how does he deal with such his regular testers? What information does he do with them? Because really, at this point, it's like playing with fire, honestly.
We'll request him to respond.
The most important thing that I feel that we normally do is counseling on behavior change. That's the most important thing that we normally do.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, yeah, you know, I'm sure you do speak to them about behavioral change and the risks they pose. So what goes on in the mind of a university student? These are educated people. These are not, you know, the myths. What mindset are these young people? Just maybe give us a picture of what are some of the things they say. Are they willing to play around? Are they willing to, what goes on in the mind of people like this? I'm trying to understand.
Just another response from him without making the dialogue. Please go ahead. It's an important question.
Okay, most of the clients that I engage with, they are willing to comply to some of the advices and things that we giving out to them. Because I'm saying that the most important thing is behavioral change, because before we even explore other options like PrEP, we need to make sure that the behavior is changed, because things like PrEP should be the last resort. Because if you not change the behavior, even PrEP won't assist you. So that's why I'm saying we need to change the behavior first before we even explore other options. So yes, most of the students, because with the ongoing sessions that we're conducting, it shouldn't be the only one session, then you let the client go. So it should be an ongoing sessions. Then most of them with those ongoing sessions, they are compliant and they are willing to change their behavior. Thank you.
Thank you. And there is a response. Looks like this an issue that needs to be pursued even after this session. I see. May I ask you to take the floor and also to respond to some of the questions that were posed to you?
Thank you. So behavior change is a challenge. I work in the space of behavior change. It's not a linear process, you know, so you need to be on it with young people on an ongoing basis to show them the risk and to show them alternatives to the kind of behaviors that they are engaging in. So, you know, how do you replace entertaining yourself, you know, without alcohol? How can you, or limiting the intake of alcohol is the same as with HIV risky behavior, you know. So it takes a lot of sessions with young people before they actually get it and before we see that change. So I do understand when the counselor said there'll be people who are regulars, because there are some people who are not risk averse, you know, they just want to test everything. And those are the kind of people that need a lot of support because they might be dealing with a lot of psychological, mental health issues that they are trying to escape by engaging in this risky behavior. So you need to understand them, you know, sit one-on-one with them in regular sessions before they can actually change their behavior. The important thing is that they need to know that they have the support and they are referred to comprehensive services where we're not only addressing their risk to HIV, but looking at what is the psyche, you know, what are the issues that push you to behave in the way that you are behaving, and, you know, how do we turn that around? So I think I just wanted to add that point. But there was a point raised, or Ayanda mentioned, you know, programs. Are there programs that help humanize men? So to help curb the spread of disease as well as careless reproduction. The challenge is that the cultural norms and the gender norms that young boys grow up to, you know, is that owning, like I said earlier, owning women's bodies is a cool thing to do when you are a man. Also, taking sex by force makes you a man. And also toxicity is, you know, what a man should be. And so boys grow up in an environment that teaches them and socializes them to such, you know, one of the people in the room actually said, "Indoda aikali," you know, boys don't cry, men don't show emotion, they don't cry. That's a patriarchal norm that is there and that denies and, you know, diminishes men, because the expectation that is put on men is so much that when the pressures are too high, most of them opt out. And opting out means then they commit suicide because we have not created an environment that says to them, you are an emotional being, you are able to cry when you feel hurt, you should cry when you are hurt, you know, you have emotions. I'm sure those tears are not just for decorum, they are there because they need to be used. So men, feel free to cry when you need to. It's a form of release and it actually helps. You know, we must dismantle these gender norms that teaches boys and men that you must, you know, the best way to be a man is to be toxic. So there are programs, for example, for the younger age, 8 to 14, for the younger boys in Soul City, we run Soul Buddies clubs. And these are clubs in schools where children are taught about, you know, physical, social, and emotional well-being from a young age. How do they participate in their own development as children? And here we also debunk myths around men don't cry, boys don't cry. We help children just be children, you know, in a positive environment. As they grow, they join the youth clubs. And these youth clubs actually are run in clinics to support the youth-friendly services that are being offered across the country. So there must be youth clubs around the areas where the universities are, where young boys have a mentor and a coach who comes in and debunks myths around masculinity, or teaches positive forms of masculinity. If they are not there, you can reach out to Soul City. My email is Finah, PHINAH, @soulcity.org.za. Let us see what we can do, because I know in KZN, we are in the Ilembe district, and so we are limited by funding to only operate there, but we are able to assist people to set themselves up if they want to run these clubs. We do have material that has been tested and has been used over the years. Soul City is 28 years old. So over these years, we have been using trial and tested and researched methods to do behavior change programming. So I think it's important for boys and men to understand that they are human before they are men, or before they are, the male gender. You are human, or the male sex, or you are human, and therefore treat yourself like that. You are a human being who's allowed to be, and remove yourself from all these teachings that teaches you to be hard even on yourself, because that has not helped, and it will continue to put pressure on men, because you are then called a provider. You are supposed to provide, you are supposed to be this and this and that, instead of just being allowed to be a human being who can go through life exploring, who you want to be, and nobody determining for you who and how you should be as a human being. Thank you.
Thank you for the responses, Finah, and for the offer. Colleagues, please allow me to put a comma here. We've invested about 30 minutes. I know this is a very interesting subject, and a lot of concrete suggestions and recommendations and issues for further engagement are coming up. If you could allow us to move on to the next onto the next item. There is an item on posters. I think will lead us on that item. But just before they take the floor, may I take the risk of saying, I think this Indaba was very engaging, and it is calling for more Indabas on a number of issues that you yourselves have raised today. Yes, it's healthy to have these kinds of dialogues and discussions. There will be healthy creative tensions. We engage, we reach common ground, we find one another, and we understand a lot of issues better. Also, I think from Professor Smithana's paper, presentation, there was an issue around media socialization, and socialization and culture keep coming up. So that on its own, you can have more than one Indaba on the whole issue of socialization and the different agencies and approaches on socialization. Of course, the message has come out very clearly. We want students to graduate healthy. There is a need. The more we speak, the more one is convinced and persuaded that there is a need for more of these kinds of Indabas. And I think with the responsible departments in Student Services Division and SSS will give us more spaces and opportunities to engage on these critical subjects. May I, at this point, there will be somebody giving a vote of thanks. May I, at this point, request Tripsile to come in. Please, Tripsile, Ms. Tripsile Ngubo. please come in on the issue of posters. We are at your mercy. Usushintshe indawo. Oh, okay.
Hi, hi, hi.
Hi.
Don't look so tempting. Just be happy. I like the competition. It's reminding me the school competition on the 80 alien. I was singing the song that was Missy Pakela or Mama Ngialila. And that time I was not wearing any shoes because I lost it. And my grandmother said, you can go. There's no shoes for you. And I win. I win the shoes, the school shoes. So I like the competition. Okay. My name is Tebisile Ngubo. Actually, I can't say my high level. I'd like to be like, you know. So some they say, hey, she's a doctor. I know her, but not today, some other time. Okay, thank you so much. I'm looking for the students that they're gonna help me to accept their honors. The competition is gonna start now. It's already started. We already decide as me and another colleagues. And yeah, it was the AIDS program posters competition that was started at 2012. It is Edud. The winner was Edud that time, 2012. And then PMB took over the following year, 2013. And then Howard, wow, Howard. How, wow. It is 2014 and 2015. The medical school took on the 2016. And then the challenge was coming again. But now the competition is still on, and it's not just the competition, but the purpose of this competition, we are looking for the bigger picture. It's like you stretching your mind, since we want to combine things, education, job, and sort of the yes, thank you. Yes, so it was not easy though, and it was not tough. But the pictures of this competition, it can tell. Okay, you can cross your hands and I will start. Okay, I will start to number 3. And, wow. It was hard for me. You know, if it was me, I will take it all, number 1. It was me, if it was me, but I was not a judge. But you can give a round of applause to everyone who entered the competition. Okay, if there's no student to accept the runners up, the HPP, it can come. Okay, I can start number 2. Okay, I can start number 3. Okay. Yes. Okay. Number 3, eat Howard. Can you please project number 3 for me? Yes. Oh, no. Yes. You see the picture of this? He's tell you something. If you can go deeper. Okay, thank you so much. Number. I hate my respect because it's very cold. It's very cold. But today they're surprising me. Number 2 is PNB. Okay, we need the deputy chair to come and collect. Uranus up. We can come with the Ivosha. You can come with the Ivosha. Wow, you can, yes, you can. Wow, the tough. I wish I can run. No. Number 1. Number 1. Who can guess for me?
Baseball.
No. Can you guess another? Nah.
PMB again.
Oh, wow. Maybe it can be PNB. I'm joking. Number 1. It's medical school. Can you look? This picture is not fancy and the cost was not high. It was very low, but the information, it was higher and higher. Hey. Oh. If you can get the big picture of this, the bigger one, that can show the whole.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Uphiwo Langa, the chairperson of the LGBTQI+ Forum from Medical School. And just to give you a little insight about our poster from Medical School. So as you can see that we've got a start and a finish line, and you can see this is a race. So the finish line, you can see it's achieving the highest standard of healthcare that is possible. And so when you look at the guy in the car, you can see that he or she, or let me say they have been exposed to education, they've been exposed to advocacy campaigns, and they've been exposed to research. So that enables them to get the highest possible amount of healthcare. And then when we look at the second person, you can see they won't really win, but we can say that they'll come second. And you can see that they've received the help of private institutions and NGOs, but they haven't really been sort of exposed to education, advocacy campaigns and research. So by virtue of that, they'll come second. And then when we go to the third person, we can see, so they are exposed to outdated policies. They're also exposed to bad attitudes, which was something that was brought up here on the Indaba. And they're also exposed to untrained staff, which is something that I think I personally feel a lot about it, because when we were looking at the Queer in Medicine video that was played by Utabo, I talked about healthcare individuals being sensitized and trained to work with individuals. So we are born Uti. If the staff is untrained and they've got bad attitudes and we are exposed to outdated policies, there's no way that we're going to achieve the highest standard of healthcare. And then when we go to the last person, because first of all, it's stigma. And you can see that the person is a queer individual. So very queer individuals are always subject to stigma. discrimination, and then there are two hurdles, which is religion and culture and traditions. And I think it's something that we can all attest to. LGBTQIA individuals are always seen as unhuman, if I may put it that way, because mesbuga tradition, religion and culture, there's nothing that really says they are normal humans. So we can see the fourth person is actually going through a lot of hurdles and they will not reach the finish line. So yeah, that's the sort of main objective of our poster, that to achieve the highest standard of healthcare, there must be education, advocacy campaigns, and research. Thank you.
Wow. Wow. But this is a hamper actually, it's not a trophy. We'll send your running
We still got the trophy we wanted last time.
Yes, there is another one for this year. It's
another one.
2022, not 2021.
It doesn't matter, we've got two, so you know.
Yeah, it's gonna write your medical school thing, so it was wow.
Thank you.
Oh, I remember when I was in America, they give me a box of condoms. They said I must make anything from the condom. I was like, why me? They didn't give me the whole day. They just give me the couple of hours. I was like, huh? Why me? I was like, hey. And then I was saying, okay, give me the glue and I need the white dress, plain. And then they measure me and then they give me the dress. And then I start creating the condom dress. If some, they remember the condom dress, yes, it was me. So in our country, we need people like you to get deep, not like to take those leaves on the top. We need some people who take the root. Okay, thank you so much. Please don't be jealous. Next time it's gonna be you. Oh, you can win me. Yes. Okay.
Thank you
so much
to all the participants. Another very big round of applause. And before we move on to the next item, Ms. Kumete, can I pounce on you? I think at some point, can I pounce on you just to comment briefly?
Okay, thank you, Prof, for the opportunity. And I would like to thank all the presenters thus far. What I forgot to mention when I was introducing myself, I'm also the founder of Men of Virtue, UKZN. It's a boys to men mentoring project that was launched last year on the 2nd of October. So what we say here, we say it is very imperative to educate men, because we find ourselves, being faced with all these social ills, but we forget to deal with the root cause of all these challenges. Most speakers have touched on what you call the entitlement. So men, they still feel that they are entitled in the bodies of these young girls, because when it comes to contraceptives and the condom use, it's very, very important that these girls get empowered, and these men as well get educated, because the more you force yourself into this girl, sometimes you might graduate healthy, but you might not graduate with what you call a criminal record. So it's important to know that in UKZN we have such the projects, and what we say in this project is that umuthi ugojwa usemanzi, and it's easier to build strong men than to repair broken children. So what we do, we have started engaging schools because we want to start from schools before even students, kids get to the university. They know about these things, they're empowered, they're conscientized on dealing with these issues, because as we know that, we need what you call adopting a first-year student. We have started as well, the project on the Howard campus, where each and every RA and the RLO and students in general, they are adopting first-year students that are going to mentor around these things, because really we've seen a gap that, whenever there's a problem, whenever there's an attempted rape, a case, normally it's a male student that is forcing, themselves on their partners. And what happens as well when it comes to abortion, males still have a say that, you must abort, even when the student, the partner doesn't want to adopt, to abort the baby or to terminate the pregnancy. So I would like to encourage everybody here, even the male forum, the men's forum from from CHASU, to join Men of Virtue, because you're still going to hear a lot about the project. And on the 3rd of September, as Prof said, they had signed a pledge that they are not going to be associated with any form of gender-based violence and femicide, in their name. So this is going to be rolled out in all campuses. So watch the space. And I won't repeat what Pina, the CEO of Solcit, has said, because she touched on positive masculinity, because that's what we are trying, to educate. Because as we deal with the holistic development of students, we don't want to forget about the male component, because males sometimes are overlooked. And as someone said, they need to cry. When they want to cry, they need to access psychological services. So especially the marginalized one, LGBTQI community. Now we have parents who are not ready, who don't want to support even their kids. So we are saying, as part of community engagement, we will need, to engage parents in the near future, and making them know that they need to embrace diversity. They need, because we know culture dictated, otherwise. So yeah, thank you so much. I wanted just to comment on that one.
Ms. Gumede, I'm sure there will be lots of powerful collaborations with the Men of Virtue. May I, at this point, request Mr. Amit Rambal to come in. As you can see on the program, we're going to have Professor Ramik Alwa, who is the CEO of Higher Health, and he was not able to be with us, but he has sent a message. May I ask Mr. Rambal to please read the message as is from Professor Alwa, please. Amit.
Thank you so much, Chair. I'm just seeing if I can share. Doesn't appear that I can share from my screen. Just let me see this quickly. Okay, Prof, it doesn't seem like I can share my screen, but I will find the one that I need. I'm just going to read through Professor Aluwalia's statement that was submitted to us in support of the SRHR program today.
Yes, and you read it, because it's not a long message. You can read it.
Thanks so much, Prof. Okay, so submitted by Higher Health, September 2022, SRHR and best practices. Enshrined in Section 27 of the Bill of Rights, Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, Act 108 of 1996, everyone has the right to access healthcare services, including reproductive health services. Higher Health, as an implementing agent of DHET, has a mandate to provide integrated sexual and reproductive health services to over 2.5 million beneficiaries within the post-school sector, which includes universities, TVETs, and CETs. Therefore, a positive approach to sexuality and reproduction should recognize the part played by pleasurable sexual relationships, trust, and communication in the promotion of self-esteem and overall well-being. All individuals have a right to make decisions governing their bodies and access services that support that right. Achievement of sexual reproductive health relies on the realization of sexual reproductive rights, which are based on the human rights of all South Africans. The latter is equally part of addressing structural barriers to access by taking services to the doorsteps of beneficiaries. To date, Higher Health acquired 10 mobiles, which provides routine, comprehensive health services across TVETs and CETs countrywide. There's an expansion plan to be implemented in 2022 and 2023 financial year to address the following key principles and objectives of the sexual reproductive health policy. Number one is the provision of different forms of short and long-acting contraceptives, including counseling and education for family planning. Number two is screening and early detection of reproductive and sexually transmitted infections and referral where indicated and appropriate. Number three is to provide HIV prevention, care, support, and treatment. Number four would be conducting dialogues, peer education, demand creation, and screening for gender-based violence and referral to layered services. Number five would be to support menstrual hygiene through the provision of sanitary towels. Beneficiaries can access sanitary towels at any time of the day or night in vending machines available in some campuses using a unique code. The latter is affirming autonomy, choice, confidentiality, and individual agency in a non-discriminatory manner while seeking, accessing, and receiving SRH-related commodities on campuses. Number six would be the pregnancy testing for beneficiaries of childbearing age, referral for safe choice on termination of pregnancy and post-abortion care. And the last one would be the screening of male, prostate and penile and female cancers, cervical and breast, as part of early risk detection and intervention. Higher Health did send through a model which I was hoping to share, but I can't seem to share my screen or that specific screen. I'm just going to briefly talk you through it. It should take about a minute or so. But the Higher Health model of delivery includes a pyramid, and to date, the following has been accomplished through the learn, act, and do methodology. So on the learn aspect of it, which is the top of the pyramid, is knowledge transfer. And on this, they've looked at co-curriculum enrollment, and they have a number here of 309,425. Peer-to-peer knowledge transfer, and Higher Health is very big on supporting the peer education programs across universities. And this one, they've got a base of 615,240. On the do part of the next part of the prism is the practical learning. In this, they've looked at risk assessments for HIV, TB, STIs, mental health and GBV, and AGYW. We do have the risk screening tool available at UKZN, and we have this. We have been trialing it with our peer educators, and it is something that we would like to get into the rest of the student population. So for risk screening support, they've got a reach so far of 156,759. And the last part of that pyramid is the linkage to services. And in this, they say that the services are youth-friendly, 24/7, all year round, toll-free. They've got a crisis helpline, professional psychosocial support, including external referral, primary healthcare services on campus, and referral to specialized clinical services. The students assisted with these services are 658,792. And thank you, Chair. That's the end of the message.
Our appreciation to Prof. We always appreciate the support from Higher Health. May I at this point request Ms. Eleanor Langley to please give a vote of thanks. We are now at 22. Thanks for your indulgence. I hope she's ready. Okay.
Prof, good afternoon, everybody. I was hoping that this would be kept very short because I'm not feeling so good right now, but therefore I was going to just do a general thank you to everybody for participating in this program today. And I am going to try and share my screen, but if it doesn't work, I do want to thank everybody for attending today and making this possible despite the fact that we had a few hiccups right at the beginning. But I just want to thank everybody because you really have made this possible. Without you, we wouldn't have had a successful day today. And without mentioning anybody in particular, I would like to make sure that everybody it receives our appreciation for what you have done in terms of the sexual reproductive health and rights in Daba. There were many hiccups, but you've managed to make a success of it, and without you, we wouldn't be successful. So thanks so much, Prof, and thanks so much to the audience, both online as well as offline in Senate chambers today, for everything that you have done for us for this program today. Thank you so much. Over to you, Prof.
Thank you, Eleanor. The last item is lunch. May I ask Pinky maybe just to take us through so that we know where to from here.
Thank you so much, Prof. Good afternoon to everyone. Before I discuss, I give you the way forward for lunch. May I request our speakers? Most of them I know they've left, and those that have left, we've given them their gift bags. But may I request those that are here? Unfortunately, I can only see Suzanne. I can see Suzanne, and I can see the SRC president. Can I please request that you come forward and we just take a photo, and just as a sign of gratitude for everything that for sharing your knowledge. Or sister from the clinic, can you also please come forward? Is there another speaker that I'm missing, guys? Yes, there you are. You're right there at the back. Please, may I ask all my speakers to please come forward? I don't want to call you by name because I might pronounce it wrong or say the wrong name. You know, when you're under pressure, these things happen. So from the HIV AIDS program, we'd like to really thank you for the presentations that were given here. You have given very such informative information, and we believe that this is one of the kind. Yes, we've had some hurdles, we had some challenges, but we learned through trial and error. But we really thank you for your time. We thank you for the information that you have given to all the students. I hope that our peer educators are going to take it, and as at the backbone of the program, they will take it forward, and we really look forward to working with you in the near future. Please give them a round of applause. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay. Thank you so much. We're much appreciated. I would just like to take this opportunity to thank our Prof for everything. I know, Prof, it was not easy. I had to chop and change certain things, but you know how it goes. Sometimes we plan things, but when time for execution comes, things don't work out the way you initially intended. But we thank you so much, Prof. And with that said, would you please kindly come forward and just receive our token of appreciation to you, to say this would have not happened had you not been here. We thank you for your support as our director. Thank you so much. Please take a photo. Thank you so much, Prof. Okay, now we have pre-packed meals that are ready for you and at the foyer. So when you make your way out, you'll find that we've got we've got vegetable and meat takeaways. If you prefer on request vegetarian, we have for you, and then you will pick up, or you can just pick up and just eat at the foyer if you may, or otherwise if you want to take home, it's also quite acceptable. We'd like to thank all of you. We know your time is precious, and we really, really acknowledge and appreciate your presence. Without you, this would have not been such a huge success. We thank you, and have a safe trip back home. Thank you so much. Good afternoon.
And thanks so much to the organizing team. Siyabonga. Thanks. Siyabonga.